Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Woo, woo, woo. Come on in. Have a seat. Pour up a cup of truth. Yeah. Names on the corkboard wall, red lines cutting through, cold files on the counter, old lies in the air. Everybody got a story, we just see what's there. Seeking that justice, digging every day. Every little rumor, every word they say. Nothing but nonsense spinning around this town. We break it down, turn it all around. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it stay. We don't buy that script, they say. We're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground. Late night, black coffee, eyes on the page. Somebody trying to profit from somebody else's pain. Clickbait, headlines, dancing on the screen. We cut through the chat to get back to what it means. Who wins, who bleeds, who's hiding the stain, who's laughing on the way to the bank off your pain. We chase that truth like a car in the rain. If the trail go cold, we light it up again. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it say. We don't buy that script, they say. We're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground. Is it justice? Or just a show? Are they chasing the truth or chasing the glow in this room? We call that bluff, cause people ain't episodes that you binge and forget. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it stay. We don't buy that script, they say. We're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Woo, woo, woo. Come on in. Have a seat. Pour up a cup of truth. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Late tall. County losers. Yeah. Late tall county losers playing the game. Telling their stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing rings honest, every word bent strange. Nothing true in the room, so who takes the blame? Is it Billy Ashley or Payne in the back? Smirks in the hallway, ink on the stack. Sign on the line while they grin and they grin. Every handshake dirty, every deal is a spin. Government fam, government scam. What's real, what's scam? They point at the broke kid, call him the crime, while the wolves wear ties, walk out just fine. Late all county losers, you all look the same. Devil in your eyes, but you're hiding the fangs. Bill Ashley and Payne, oh my. Shame, shame, shame. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. Devil inside, ugly out in the frame. Ugly out in the frame. Yeah, prosecuting wrong ones, protecting the worst. Bless the corrupt while the honest get cursed. Judge in your pocket, papers in flames. Ice P on the wire playing the same old game. Shake down the weak while you toast to order. Build your kingdom on the broken border. Truth on trial with his hands in chains, but the guilty walk free, laughing off the stains. Government fam, government scam. What's truth? What's sham? They swear to saviors holding that book, but cross that line, see how quick they cook. Lake Talk County losers, you all look the same. Devil in your eyes, but you're hiding the fangs. Bill Ashley and pain on my shame, shame, shame. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. Devil inside, ugly out in the frame. Ugly out in the frame. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Halo on your head, or the smoke from the heat. You can burn that robe, you can change that name, but the stain stays red, you can't wash that blame. Lake Talk County losers, you all look the same. Devil in your eyes, but you're hiding the fangs. Bill Ashley and pain on my shame, shame, shame. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. Devil inside, ugly out in the frame. Here comes Molly, 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 Molly. Here comes Molly, jumping up and down, she's jolly. Door dashing all day in the lobby. Say she saw the killer in the hallway sobbing. He was right next to me. Molly said calm like it's meant to be. Blue shoes, red cat, that's the memory. But the tape got gaps, it's a broken scene. Walking around in circles, phone at her ear, just scribbling purple. Notes on the napkin, arrows in the spiral. Every time she tells this story go viral. Who got to you, Molly? Why you laugh so loud? Why you act so jolly? Blood on the curb, you just call it hobby. Smile in the sirens, girl, that's ungodly. Meet Molly. Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend. Meet Molly. Do it again. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. Change the story. Oh boy, she grinned. It's the fun part, surely. First he was behind her, then across the street. Then he had no face, then he had no feet. Detective taking notes like a drum line. Every new version got a new punchline. She claims it her way, that's the headline. Molly in the frame, but she's still online. Why your eyes so wide? Who you tryna hide on the inside? Fog in the brain, but the shoes still tied. Pointing at the crowd, yo, the killer right beside. Make Molly. Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend. Make Molly. Do it again. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. Make Molly. Tell us again. Make Molly. Do it again. Hey. Oh my, but why? Make Molly. Why you spin truth like a game, like a hobby? Every time you talk, whole room goes quiet. Whole block rioting and you just deny it. Tell us again, we know Bill is your friend. Do it again. Do it. What's real? What's not? Everything you see is all fogged up. real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snacks. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge.
All right. Welcome back, guys. It is great to be back in the cafe with all you beautiful people. Thank you for joining us today, guys. We are heading back over for part 2 of our breakdown of the Chris Whitcomb interview breakdown. Okay, I said that twice. Anyway, part 2 of it, we didn't get through a lot of it yesterday. We have 2 things we're going to review today. We're going to go over an article that was put out in regards to the knife sheath. Quite interesting. And then we're going to go ahead and jump into part 2 of the interview breakdown. Chris Whitcomb, for those of you that aren't familiar, is the author of Broken Plea, the new book set to be released Tuesday about the craziness going on in the Idaho forest situation. And there was an interview done with Devil's Advocates, and I was part of that at some point. And we're going to review that, break it down, discuss the points of it, everybody's opinions, and so on and so forth is what we do with this. And again, first and foremost, we're going to jump into this thing about this knife sheath first. This is wild, y'all. So I hope you're here for it. Everybody, please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. Make sure you got a cup, fill it up, find a seat, get off your feet, make yourselves at home. Let's get to it. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the TruCrime Cafe.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody from the East Coast, I guess. It's afternoon. Wherever you are, whoever you are, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all again as we break down more and more and more of this crazy Idaho 4 case. So that's what we're doing. First and foremost, we're going to jump into an article that was put out about the knife sheath. Very interesting, very disturbing in some ways. And then we're going to go ahead and jump into part 2 of the Christopher Whitcomb, the author of the Broken Plea book. We're going to break that down today. Finish it, hopefully, at least some more of it. I'm going to go ahead and throw this up here because I know there's people. And I always love to hear your guys' thoughts and feelings on this, on anything we discuss. So it's going to be another great discussion as always. And I'm great to be here with all of you. We are open for business. Please, if you will, get yourselves comfortable. Grab a cup of whatever it is, fill it up, and let's get into this. Who do we got joining us this afternoon? Looks like Right Turn Clyde's in the house. Welcome back. Written Dreams, great to see you. Eddie, my brother, one made nut. Good to see you, sir. Gen 7, welcome back, dear. Wonderful to see you today. Skilla, welcome. Ms. Leah Story, good to see you. Cardinal Lover, welcome to you. Jessie Lynn, wonderful to see you, dear. Tara Busha, I always say this wrong. Tara Busha. I think I'm saying it right. Pretty much Finland. Wonderful to see you. Mama D. I did get your email, dear, and I sent it. I responded. And we'll talk. Lola Getz, welcome. I'm glad that your grandkids are loving the music. Slooty Kitty Meow Meow, good to see you. Done a 7 of 9. Miss Moonlit Baby, wonderful to see you today. Blue Devil, here for it. There's my Tomboy. Good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. Bomb Toy, whatever we want to call her. Good to see you, dear. Pi Norman, good to see you. Miss Tara, welcome to you. Cat K's in the house today. Welcome back to you, Cat. Thank you for being here. UK Jackie, welcome to you. Baby Pain is the best. There's more to come, folks, I promise. This is what I do when I get bored, is I make these goofy songs. Baby Ames, good to see you. Mikey's in the house, my production manager. Good to see you with the last 24. Thank you for being here, brother. Always appreciative of everything you do. Don't forget, speaking of Mike, this Saturday, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Verdict Room, unfiltered. We will be joined by Mr. Jeffrey Gentry, crime scene expert, pathologist, etc., etc., etc. And of course, myself, the lovely Miss Kim from Typically Unique, and the lovely Miss Logan from Bronx Tales True Crime, and of course, Mikey will be joining us as we jump into an amazing conversation with Mr. Gentry about crime scene situational stuff, so on and so forth. I can't wait for that conversation. This gentleman is very intelligent and very, very interesting to talk to. I've seen a couple of his interviews, so I'm looking forward to that. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, right here. Real quick, Miss Sweet Pea, welcome back to you. Great to see you. The positivist Paula Fitzhenry's in the house as well. Justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Live life to the fullest. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Becca, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. I think that's it. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. Tammy C, 4430, good to see you. Vivian P, welcome back, dear. Wonderful to see you. And of course, none other than Karmic Retribution in the house. Moderators, please make sure we drop the links to these amazing creators that join us. So very appreciated. Great to see you, Karmic. Karen David, welcome to you. Mandy Gillian, good to see you. Moonflower's back in the house today. Wonderful to see you. Oh, the meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. Wonderful to see you guys. A little too much white in here, guys. We need to make that green. Senior Wazowski, great to see you as well. And Miss Noni, always wonderful to have you in the house. Thank you for joining us. And I think that time I might. Written Dreams, great to see you. If I do miss you, I promise I'll catch up with you. Pretty much, Finland, great to see you. SRBBBB, thank you for being here. And thank you for dropping that link. As always, the amazing Miss SRB in the house. Good to see you. And Stitches in the house. Welcome back to you. All right. And as always, let's give a warm welcome to our friend Eddie. Thank you for joining us, brother. Great to see you, my friend. How are you today?
Good to see you again today, Daigle. I'm doing well,
Yes,
thank you.
yes. And if you don't mind, Eddie, I want to use you. I'm sorry to say it like this, but I want to use you as an example of something before we do anything else today. I would like to use you. I see you, Miss Gabriella, in the backstage there. I will bring you up here in just a moment, ma'am. But if you don't mind, is that okay if I do that? I'm not going to insult you or anything like that. You know, I would never do that, but I need to use you, and I want to use you as an example today, sir, if that's okay.
Of course, that's fine. I don't know what it is, but I trust.
It's nothing horrible. I promise you, I would never do that to you. Real quick, Ozzy McGlynn, welcome. Good to see you. The Cat's Meow, welcome to you. And the one and only Mert, welcome to you. All right. So, real quick, as you noticed, Miss Becca, good to see you too. As you noticed yesterday when we did part one of this, okay, Eddie and I at some point have slightly different views on certain things, okay, as we have had in the past. And I want to point to the fact I've watched the division within this entire community happen over multiple things, okay? Now, as I'm stating this, I know I can speak for myself and him, and I'm sure he'll speak up if not. We are all here for the same reason, at least in this side of the community, and that is to see justice prevail at some point, to see the truth be, put out to the world at some point. That is, in my opinion, the goal why we're all here, okay? And as I said yesterday, and at other times it's happened, but Eddie and I have different insights on different things. And the most important part of that I want to be seen is that Eddie, to me, is a very good friend, okay? I have had phone conversations with Eddie. We could talk about if he chose sports or anything else, not just this. Okay. And I would love to have those conversations with him and joke with him and talk about movies or the weather and how much I hate summer and how much he doesn't and things like that. Okay. Because we can do that. We can have a disagreement on something in relation to this case or any case for that matter, because Eddie's been here for other cases we've covered and we've had, opposing opinions on other things too. I want it to be known, folks, and I want it to be able to be done. Why does everything, if you have an opposing opinion with somebody, have to turn into a war? It doesn't. Okay? We are never going to get anywhere on this. Ever. If we're divided. Okay? Now, there's a limit to that, yes. Okay? There is a division in certain parts of this that probably should be there. I'll say that. But for things like this, where we're looking at a situation, reviewing stuff, talking about it, Eddie has one point on something and I have a different point. It's okay to do that. And we can still smile, laugh, shake hands, and walk the other direction, knowing that tomorrow I'm going to come back and I get to see my friend Eddie again. That's really all I'm trying to make the point of, folks. It makes no sense to me why there needs to be issues, okay? Why we're all adults. I'll say that much, most of us at least. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way, is all I'm saying. And I'm begging you guys, if not for anything else, for your own well-being, for your own mental health, don't let it get to you that way. Don't let it make you mean. Don't let it make you hate people. It's not worth it. It's not. So, and I'm only asking this and saying this because I've been on this case right here with my friend Eddie for 4 years almost, folks. 4 years. And we have differed in opinion before. And we probably will again. And that is what makes this interesting. That is what makes these gears turn, in my opinion. If we all had the same exact feeling about everything, how boring and ridiculous would that be? Just remember that is all I'm saying. So
Daigle, thanks for saying it. And I have sent an email not too long ago to you, kind of addressing some of these same points.
Yes.
And it really surprises me that, I can understand, guilters versus probers, if you will,
right.
with those terms. Everyone understands that. That's a house divided. But when it comes to, when there's content creators that are looking for the truth, and they are, and they're genuine, and you badmouth them,
doesn't make sense.
We've all heard the saying, an enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
If you, we all have content creators that we gravitate towards. We have some that we don't care so much for. Even in the past, I haven't said anything bad against content creators that you would categorize in the guilters category.
Right.
Because it's not productive, and you never look good trying to make someone look bad. And
very true. Very true. Good point, sir.
Saying something negative. What if that content creator, and if it's not your favorite, that's fine. Keep those opinions to yourself, because it hurts the people that do follow that content creator. Really, truth be told.
And it's not fair to that person. I fully agree with you.
But what if that content creator is onto something, and you giving them a vote of no confidence really tears them down?
Yeah.
And if in the end they are right about something, it diminishes them. So in a way, you're kind of standing in the way of productivity.
Agreed.
If you're not going to back someone, well, at least don't hinder them.
Right. A good example is, and I'm going to use this, and that's what I meant by using a new example. I'm sorry I didn't tell you up front, but Pavarotti. Okay, a lot of people are not a big fan of Pavarotti.
That's the one. Okay,
that's fine.
That's what I'm talking about.
Of course, and as you all know, I've said this multiple times. As far as creators are concerned out here, and I'm excluding people as such as Nancy Grace, Ashley Banfield, Brian Enton. They're not who I'm including in this. Okay, that's a different story and a level altogether. But I respect, and I'm not kidding, folks, every content creator that's out here. I don't care who it is. Even if I fully and highly disagree with them, I respect what they're doing out here because this is not easy, and it takes gumption to come up here and do this and talk in front of the whole world, and know that the people are going to hate you and disagree with you. I've been through 4 years of hate many times. Okay, Eddie's been around to see it. I've gone against other creators that have attacked me in different variations, so on and so forth. Whatever. Okay, that's not important to me. Like I said, Pavarotti is somebody that I know people disagree with, and I'm only saying this about him because I know of him. Is that in that box right now? I have a high respect for Pav. Truly and honestly, I do. I think Pav is a good man. I think he's a good person. I think he's got a good heart and a good soul. And it truly does upset me when I see people attacking people. Everybody's going to have differences of opinion, but like Eddie said, he may not be and have the same feelings that I do about some things, but in other situations, and I'm not making this about Pav, folks. I'm just using him as an example. Don't take me wrong, okay? There may be something that at some point he's maybe rolling through, and I'm like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure how I feel, and then all of a sudden, boom, he hits a slot, and I'm like, shit, okay. You never know that if you don't watch or get through the bad stuff in your mind, the bad stuff, to get to the good stuff. You don't know what's going to come from this. And even if it isn't stuff you agree with, okay, then don't watch it. You don't have to. We don't have a force button in here where, okay, you're here, you have to watch now. No, you can move away if you want to. It's okay. But to attack somebody like him or me or anybody else, just because of their opinions on what they think of this case, it doesn't make sense. So I'm just saying, there's no point in it. It's very unproductive. Now, like I said,
well, it's very juvenile.
It's immature, yes.
And you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an opinion. And if you have that much of a gripe against someone, then keep it to yourself. Nobody wants to hear it. It's not productive.
That's a good point.
It's just drama. And Pav, in my opinion, is one of the best out there.
He works very hard. Very hard. Yes.
I don't see where the hate can come from. I mean, what is the issue? He's not obviously deliberately trying to misguide anyone. If he's ever wrong, he corrects himself.
And that's the number one point, Eddie. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you said deliberate. He's not. He wants the same thing I want, that Eddie wants, that Harsh wants, that Lana wants, that Jules wants, that DA wants. We all want the same damn thing, and we want the damn truth, period. If he goes about it the way he does, or Harsh does it his way, or I do it my way, whatever we're doing, if you don't like it, again, it's an opinion. Understood. I get it. I respect that you don't agree with it. I do. But at the same time, there's no reason to be mean or nasty or name call or no, it's just not worth it, guys. It's not. It's really not. Like Eddie just said, there's two people out here that I have the most absolute utmost respect for. Two out of all of the creators out here. Pavarotti's one of them, and Lana's the other. Because they are probably, in my opinion, the two hardest working people out here as far as investigations and research and all that. They work their asses off, folks. Whether or not the point that they're giving to you at the end of that is something you agree with or you trust in, it's okay. Respect the work. Respect the divisiveness that they add to this and what they do for this. Because there's many things that I would have not known about if it weren't for Pav or Lana. So I will always respect both of them. So again, I have a massive respect for Pav and Lana and every other creator. But those two at the most. And Jules, of course, too. Okay. And I know a lot of people don't care for her either because of the way she approaches things. Then it's understood. But look at the work they're putting in. Okay. The research, the hours and the part of their lives they give to this just to come for one thing, truth. The same thing we all want in the end. So just think about it like that. But, not to get too far off key here, but I'm just saying, as far as us and our level of it, me and Eddie and things like that, we can disagree and still be friends and have a great conversation, smile and laugh, shake hands. That's the way it should be. Okay. And like you said, there should be a division at some point, guilters and non-guilters. Okay. I get that part. That's fine. And even that doesn't need to be like the way it is, but it will be. So that's all I'm saying. And that's all I'm asking you guys. Respect yourselves enough to respect others. Okay. As I say at the end of every one of my shows, love yourselves and love each other, please, is all I'm asking. Because that's going to make this community nothing, in my opinion, nothing but better. And we have plenty of room to grow, folks. I love each and every one of you that are in this community. I love this community. This is the best community as far as I'm concerned on YouTube. Okay, because you are all so smart and amazing and beautiful people, as I tell you day after day. And all we can do is grow from there. So thank you for being who you are. And thank you, Eddie, for allowing me to do that.
Well, thanks for saying all that. And again, it's been weighing on my mind. And all I would ask everyone is, it's easy to identify if someone is on the same side as you, as we, as all of us. You know what side that is. We're all looking for true justice in this case. So,
and yes, and Logan with Bronx Tales, and of course, typically there's so many of them that are amazing. I'm not trying to leave anybody out. I was just giving you like my two, the ones I have.
Too many to list.
Yeah, there's too many of them, but I was just giving a point because I've seen a lot of hate go towards Pav and Lana at some point but they're the hardest working people out here. I'm sure that every other creator can agree with me on this. They can, So that's all I was trying to do. I'm not trying to separate us in those boxes. By no means. Don't think that. But anyway, every creator that does, even if they come on here for an hour, I respect you. This is not that easy to do. Okay. It's not easy to step in front of all these people and say what we say. And, especially if you have any kind of self-conscious or anxiety or any of that stuff, it's all there, folks. It happens. So just respect yourselves and respect each other. That's all I ask. So anyway.
Yeah. I mean, if they're on the same side as you, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. But don't diminish them. And, it's really troubled me for a long time to hear such a cautionary tale, of a word of caution in the introduction of Pav on this channel, because talk about a vote of no confidence. I haven't even ever witnessed Guilters channels, cold turkeys getting that cold of a intro in a vote of no confidence. So
yeah.
Why, if we're all on the same team, then why divide ourselves up further into factions within that team? It makes no sense.
That's it. Too much division already. That's right. And in all aspects, there never should have been a division between guilters and non-guilters, but it happens in everything. I understand. But like Eddie said, why do we need even more division? We should unite. Again, I've said this 1,000 times. The only way we're ever going to get anywhere with this is by being united. Okay? Truly and honestly. So, absolutely. So, yes. And again, thank you for listening to me. For those of you that didn't leave, I appreciate that. And that's all I ask going forward. So, thank you very much. And thank you for being who you are. Again, Eddie, thank you for being who you are and allowing me to do that. And that's really pretty much it.
Thanks for saying it. And I could diatribe on and on, but I'll yield.
Sure. We definitely could go on and on and on and on. But as long as we know the basis of the facts, folks, that's all we need. Welcome, Cat Lady. Lisa Winchester. Let me catch up real quick. Christy's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Christy. Guys, make sure we drop her link. Love and Other Habits. Cinderella, Ella, Slew the Kitty. I already said hi, but hello again. Christina, welcome to you. Yvette Clifton, wonderful to see you. Sweet Pea, welcome back to you. Make sure, guys, Boriqua 50, welcome to you. For those of you that are not green at this point, make sure you drop down to the bottom of the chat. Click on that little $sign inside the square. Allow yourselves to receive gifts in case somebody, because we have so many generous people in this community, somebody were to drop memberships That way you can receive them, okay? Should you want to be a member here, of course. I think Lisa Winchester, wonderful to see you. I think I got everybody, and I promise you, if I didn't, it's just because I didn't see you. Pitapotamus, welcome to you. And I guess you'll be leaving then. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
This is what I mean. Some of you people really need to grow up. If you're an adult sitting behind a computer that is beyond the age of 12, shame on you. Grow up. Dumb Proburgers, case is closed, move on, grifters. Okay. Well, wait until you see what happens, and then you say that to yourself in the mirror the next morning. Thank you. Take care. Those are the people I have no patience for. I'm sorry. Lily Rose, welcome to you, dear. Good to see you, as always. Yeah, it does. It does, actually, with your other question that you said. So, again, how are you not leaving? Okay, bye-bye. Anyway. All right, now let me do this. Okay, welcome, Moto. Good to see you, brother. And Miss Gabriella, welcome to you as well. Oh, boy.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Great.
Hold on a minute.
It's fucking Friday.
Yes, it is Friday. Amen to that one. Ashley Love, good to see you. Can you hear me, Moto? Can you hear me okay? I see you're muted because of the bag. I get it. And Gabriella, can you see me or hear me? Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys for joining us. All right. So, anything to add, Eddie, before we jump into any of the rest of this?
Nothing to add. Thanks for allowing me to share.
No, please. Yes. So you're a big, huge part of this community, this channel. So, of course. Moto, anything to add before we can jump into this first part or stay before we go there?
I just jumped on, dude.
Okay.
I don't even know where the conversation is yet.
No problem. Welcome, Jesse. Good to see you. And anything you needed to say, Miss Gabriella, before we jump into anything? Yes, ma'am. Go for it then. Let's hear what you got. You're muted, hon. Well, it doesn't look like you're muted. I can't. No. I cannot hear you, dear. But we can't hear you at all. I don't know. If you can hear me, maybe jump out and jump back in. Maybe you just have to reset. That might help. Okay. All right, guys. So, again, the first thing we're going to get into. Okay. I stay in the backstage. No problem. The first thing we're going to get into is there was an article that was dropped yesterday, I think around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It came from, I'm sure you guys remember who Kevin Fixler is with Idaho State. I can't remember the name of the paper or whatever it's called. Anyway, that dropped yesterday. Actually, I didn't have a lot to do last night, and I hopped over, even though it was my day off from over there with Devil's Advocate, and it popped up, and Tomboy had sent it to me, and it was very, very interesting. Give me a minute here. I definitely want to discuss and break this down first. The Idaho Statesman, I'm sorry. I don't know why I can't get that right. Every time I talk about it, I forget. And then we'll go from there. So we're going to talk about this. Okay, Gabriella, it says you need to connect your microphone and camera. For some reason, it's showing that it's not connected. I won't let me pull you up. Right, hold on here. All right, so we're going to jump on this first, discuss this, and we'll go from there. Welcome, Zoe. Good to see you. Joanne, welcome. Great to see you. Wendy, same to you. Miss Tara, good to see you too. Ashley, I think I said hello, but hello again. Witchy was in the house. Good to see you, Witchy. All right. And Jesse Schul, wonderful to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Cruddy's in the house. Good to see you, Crud Dog. Can you hear Eddie?
So far, so good. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're good. All right. So this article came out through the Idaho Statesman yesterday. Like I said, it was around the first one dropped around 4:30 or something like that. But it says here that the Kohberger defense expert says that the police mishandled key evidence in the Idaho murder case. Okay. All right. Where's the article? It says the pivotal piece of evidence that tied Bryan Kohberger to the Moscow crime scene changed hands several times among law enforcement before it arrived for lab testing. It may have been challenged at his murder trial over its documentation. And this is the gentleman I'm really working on trying to get to join us for an interview. Forensic scientist Dr. Brent Turvey, who worked as a crime scene analyst expert for Kohberger's defense team, alleges that police mishandled the knife sheath found inside the King Road house, where 4 University of Idaho students were fatally stabbed in November of 22, which we all know. A week after the killings, the Idaho State Police Crime Lab in Meridian located on the leather sheath a single source of male DNA, later confirmed to be Bryan Kohberger. This is again an untrue point. Prosecutors are tasked with proving the authenticity of evidence in court, including through its chain of custody with police for an item to be admitted at trial and considered by a jury. That chain for the knife sheath is in the Kohberger case appeared to Turvey to be legally insufficient, he told the Statesman. His conclusion created a possible opening for Kohberger's defense to prevent the sheath and the DNA that was found on it from being introduced at trial. Turvey said if proved in court, it could have it could have been monumental for upending the prosecution's case against Kohberger. The chain of custody with it on the outside is supposed to have one signature for every person that's handled it, Turvey said in a phone interview with each trade-off. From this person to this person, there should be 2 sets of writing for each. But the evidence bag for the knife sheath lacked those required signatures. He said the chain of custody was documented by a single person after the fact when the knife sheath came through the state crime lab, which he called manufactured. Somebody sat down and fabricated and falsified evidence for the chain of custody, Turvey said, and that's exactly what it looks like, folks. There's no mistaking it, okay? No mistaking it. Now, something was added to this after the fact. Welcome, Leah. Good to see you. We see this here, right there, is a barcode. One, who is an NYPD police officer, stated that this is used for evidence, the barcode, okay? This is fine. I truly get, and I'm sure Dr. Turvey realizes this. But if you look at this, let me see if I can blow this up for you guys. When you look at this, these are the signatures. Every one of them, these were all written by one person, just one. Somebody sat down and said, okay, maybe they looked at a list and, okay, this one had it, that one had it. This is not okay. This is not okay. I don't care what the deal is. I don't care if there's a barcode. I don't care if the president signed it. It doesn't matter to me. It's not okay. This is not how this shit works, folks. This should have been signed and dated specifically by each specific person that touched this. That's how chain of custody works. End of story. As we can see, one person wrote all of this. Again, there is a barcode. I don't care. Okay? Each person that handled this still should have touched this. This is a piece of evidence. In fact, I'm sorry. The only piece of evidence, in my opinion, in a quadruple homicide. Okay? No, it's not okay with me. No problem, Moto. So this is an issue, folks. This is a huge issue to me, as Dr. Turvey's saying. Now, let me bounce that back down a little bit so we can see the rest of this. All right. And it says veteran criminal attorneys in Idaho who spoke to the Statesman reject, and this is where the issue comes up for me too. They have blown this off like it's nothing. Okay. Welcome, Jen. Good to see you, dear. Senor's in the house. What's up, brother? Criminal attorneys in Idaho who spoke to the Statesman rejected premise of Turvey's assumptions, both generally and specific to the knife sheath evidence in the Kohberger case. And police involved in the case did as well. Regardless, Kohberger's murder case never went to trial. Last July, Kohberger, 31, pled guilty to 4 counts, first-degree murder, in a plea agreement that allowed him to avoid the death penalty. Welcome, Kawanda, to the sauce. Thank you so much again, dear. We appreciate you. Wonderful to have you here, and God bless. Welcome. All right. Moto said he meant to say hi to you too, Eddie, but he didn't get a chance to. So that allowed him to avoid death penalty. The former graduate student of criminology at Washington State University in Pullman was handed 4 consecutive life sentences in prison with no chance to parole. He also waived his rights to appeal. The 4 victims of UI were UI graduates Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, both 21, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, both 20. The detectives never established a direct link between Kohberger and the 4 victims because they can't. Welcome, Dawn. Good to see you today. And following the conclusion of this closely tracked criminal case, ISP released a photograph of the evidence bag that contained the knife sheath when it arrived to the lab on November 16th of 22. And it includes and that's another issue too. 3 days later. It took 3 days to get this to the lab, which has always been an issue for me as well, but we'll talk about that later. All right. The evidence bag that contained the knife sheath when it arrived to the lab, it includes redactions over the names of the ISP trooper who hand-delivered it and the evidence specialist who checked it into the lab. An ISP scannable barcode. The red and white evidence seal is unbroken and signed BP 1114 of 22, which stands for Moscow Police Brett Payne. Who led the homicide? There's the bag, mind you, and that side of it where the seal was. But a different photo of evidence bag that Turby said was a state record released to the defense ahead of trial, a copy of which he provided to the statesman. Includes a police chain of custody sticker documenting its path to the lab. It details the knife sheath recovery from the crime scene on November 13th. Its handoff from ISP Detective Payne. From an ISP detective to Payne the next day in Moscow police evidence. And then, wait a minute, what am I reading? I'm reading too fast. It's a handoff the next day into Moscow police evidence. I'm sorry. And then on to 2 ISP troopers who drove it to the lab on November 16th. The photo also shows a Moscow police barcode and a green sticker with an evidence number on the bag's opposite flap. The second image was deliberately withheld from the public despite resolution of the case. Turby said it reveals that the sticker to document the police chain of custody was later added, he said. And that has happened in this case more times than it hasn't. And I'm talking about with many things. Reports. Okay, critical reports to the case. Detective Talbot did not file his reports on this case till 3 weeks after the murders. That is unacceptable, I'm sorry. And multiple other things like this has happened in multiple instances. Unacceptable. Now, you're going to tell me people scream at us that we're stupid, just like the idiot that was just in here. It's over, let it go, whatever, you're a grifter. Kiss my ass, okay? No, I'm not going to stop talking about this until shit like this stops happening or appearing. This makes me so mad. You have no idea, you guys. I went off about it last night. I'm going to go off about it today. It's bullshit. When they tell us that we're crazy and you're stupid and you're this, it's right in front of our faces. It's right here. Things like this that happen are the reason why we sit here and do this, okay? And you can't deny it. It's right there. You did it. It's being called out and you don't like it. I'm sorry. It's critical. Absolute critical evidence that would have made a huge difference in this case. It would have been thrown out, in my opinion. It should have been thrown out by a good judge that is doing his job, would have thrown this out of court, and that would have been it. Okay? We never got to that point. But still, I'm just telling you, that's what should have happened in this case. And they're saying right here, it's deliberately withheld from the public despite resolution of the case. Turby said it reveals the sticker to document the police chain of custody was added later on, regardless of the type of item discovered at crime scene or its importance to case. Prosecutors must establish the chain of custody for evidence at trial, acknowledged Twin Falls County Prosecutor Grant Loebs. who sits in a leadership role with the Idaho Prosecuting Attorneys Association. Thank you. It doesn't matter if you found it, if you can't prove that you did it with, what the hell? It doesn't matter if you found it, if you can't prove what you did with it afterward, he said in a phone interview. It has to be secured and handled properly, documented who had it and what they did with it and who they gave it to. It is uncommon for defense attorneys to simply sign off that the chain of custody is in order to save time and move proceedings along, Loeb said. That's because if necessary, a chain of custody can be affirmed in court through the testimony of each person who handled the evidence while in police possession in the absence of the specific log with individual signatures, he said. In his more than, and here we, I want you guys to tell me where you ever heard almost this exact same statement before. In his more than 30 years of experience as an attorney in the state, Loeb has seen what he called a legitimate challenge in court to the chain of custody for a piece of evidence almost never. In more than 30 years of experience, Ray all over again. Another 30 years of experience. I've never seen shit like this. Here we are again, folks. Police know that this is a big issue and are generally very careful about it. He said they never know if a piece of evidence is key. Sometimes it's obvious, but not always. Well, it's obvious with this one. So they have to treat everything like a key piece of evidence. That is a fact. And then now we have this person, Edwina Elcox, a longtime criminal defense attorney in Boise, agreed that chain of custody objections rarely succeed. Much of police evidence gathering and preservation is absolutely standard protocol. Members of law enforcement can be called to the stand to testify about their individual role possessing an item for a crime scene, she said. As long as chain of custody can be established, the court is going to allow evidence to come in. Elcox said in a phone interview, the reality is when there is a procedural flaw that there's something police are supposed to do and policies dictate best practices or it is required, does that necessarily include evidence when those things don't happen? No, it doesn't. Bullshit. Bullshit. Latah County Prosecutor's Office, which led the criminal case against Kohberger, declined to comment. Surprise, surprise, surprise. So now, at this point, they're saying this is not a game ender. Turby said that he raised his concerns about the retroactive police chain of custody for the knife sheath to Kohberger's defense team led by public defender Ann Taylor. The backdated evidence bag sticker represented criminal evidence tampering, false reporting, and professional misconduct, he alleged to the Statesman. And then, this is quite interesting. This is the statement that pissed me off the most. Moscow PD Chief Anthony Dallinger, a captain in charge of the city's department at the time, said his agency, in collaboration with state police, met the legal requirements for processing the King Road crime scene. That included the needed documentation for individual pieces of evidence, such as the knife sheath, he told the Statesman in a phone interview. The local department hasn't documented evidence chain of custody with handwritten notes and a log for at least a decade. Dallinger said instead, Moscow police rely on electronic barcodes and green stickers with the evidence numbers, and that system worked in this case, he said. Again, I don't care. The Idaho State Police did not respond to the Statesman over several days to meet a requested deadline. The main thing is the integrity of the packaging to show clearly that the seal and signature had no cuts, scrapes, or tears. Dallinger said, from my knowledge and experience, this is not a game ender for that piece of evidence. Dallinger was unmoved by Turby's assertions that the knife sheath could have been withheld as evidence if Kohberger's case had gone to trial, or that it would have changed the end result of a successful prosecution. We followed up, and I'm going to tell you why that didn't move anybody, because they knew that no matter what happened, Bryan was going to be guilty. Period. Okay.
Agree, Dago. 100% agree.
Period. That's just all that they all knew that. I don't care if God himself would have walked in and said, Bryan didn't do it. I know he didn't. Guess what? Bryan was going to be guilty. Period. In the days after Kohberger pleaded guilty, just weeks ahead of trial, Taylor held a meeting with a group of defense experts helping on the case, including Dr. Turby, To explain why Kohberger took a plea deal with prosecution, Turvey said he still never received a straight answer from Taylor and her defense team about the decision, nor about the evidence chain of custody issues that he said he presented. I am beyond pissed, okay? I don't care about your barcode. It's evident to me and all the rest of us, you can accept the barcode if you choose, folks. That's fine. We can all see that somebody sat down, tagged this, and Moto Pal out the window. That somebody sat down, tagged this, and signed everybody's name on here. That is absolutely not okay for me. It's just not. I'm sorry. And if they're willing to do that for this is what my issue is. What else did they do it for? That's the point. That's the problem. I'm sure there's plenty of things they did this on. This is just one. Welcome back, buddy. So, now that I've... Go ahead,
I love
bud.
that point that you just made, because I oftentimes refer to that too. Just yesterday, I was also saying it just one time. If they do that one time, if I lie to you one time, I'm selling you a book, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm caught lying to you, you're going to buy that book from me? I hope not.
Right. I understand. I do. Fully welcome, Devil Woman. I do.
I digress, but that's a valid point. One time is all it takes. Then one lie is enough to question all truths.
Right. And like I said, they did it to that. And here Blue Devil's pointing out, what about his renumbering? Payne renumbered everything. Like I said, many, many things that probably happened at this point. Why not believe that? They did it once, they'll do it again. That's all I'm saying. They did it more than once, we know that. But this is a big deal to me. This is your key piece of evidence. The only thing you have, supposedly, that proves that this man was here or that could have done this, it would have been thrown out. And the case would have been discharged, in my opinion. It had just been, that's it. You're done. You don't have anything. They could not have used this in court. I don't even think they were going to begin with. Don't worry about the caps, Tara. It's okay. Welcome, Mimi. Thank you for joining us. So therefore, again, guys, it's a problem for me. And I'm going to shut up for a minute. Moto, Eddie, thoughts on this at all?
Moto?
Sorry, guys. I got distracted. The wife.
Good.
So.
No worries. Did you see what we were talking about with the knife sheath and chain of custody? Everybody.
Okay. Yeah. So the knife sheath and that sticker, chain of custody, where it's all the same handwriting.
Yeah.
And then they're saying that was the chain of custody, and Whitcomb saying, well, it's all the same handwriting. It should be inadmissible, and that's a big problem.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Dr. Turvey pointed out, as well as Chris in his book. But yeah, absolutely.
But didn't he mention in that podcast with you and Devil's Advocate that the judge never actually saw that piece of evidence because it was buried in a different category of documents?
That there, I don't know if it was that in per se he was talking about. I think he was talking about something different. But
okay, all right, my bad.
Yeah, because that was seen. That was seen because it was the main piece of evidence. And they're trying to play it off. Dollinger did it. The prosecutor's office is saying it. Everybody, and then of course Dr. Sutton said the same thing.
So we all give Hitler a bad time because from our point of view, the community's point of view, and rightly so, it didn't seem like he had the right perspective on this case. But if you think the FBI, the police, and all these other people were having pressure saying, hey, let's do this to this guy, I almost wonder what kind of pressure the judge was getting and from whom.
I agree. I agree.
Like when he said to Josh Hurwitz he wasn't happy to be there, there could be 100 different reasons why he wasn't happy to be there.
I agree. That very well makes perfect sense. Thank you, Ro. I still wonder, Moto, if there were threats being made. I do believe there were threats being made, and I just wonder who exactly they were being made to, for sure. Okay, and why? I mean, as a judge, I'll say this: as a judge, you got to do what you got to do. Judges are threatened all the time, but yeah, that's just an opinion. But go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
No, I totally agree, and thanks for saying that, Moto.
Yeah.
I was saying it back then. there had to have been, I always said there had to have been some briefing, that took place prior to that first hearing that we ever met Judge Hippler, and he came out, his first words were, "I'd like to say I'm happy to be here, but why start out with an untruth?"
Thank you.
I mean, the first thing that is said is oftentimes revealing. That came from somewhere. So Moto's right. There's a thread. There's something that's compelling him to act the way he's acting.
So, I'll put it like from my own experience.
Keep going, dude. I have to run in here and grab something. I can still hear you. Keep going, please.
So from my own experience doing what I do every day, essentially as I've kind of gone up the chain, you see different kind of pressures on different kind of people in different kind of ways, right? So you learn a little bit about that sort of thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but essentially I could, potentially, make up something against one of my employees to get them in trouble because of, say, an infraction, for instance, like they did something wrong at work. Okay, but I need to get this failed because I'm required to by some sort of government regulation. So even though the employee didn't do anything wrong, I've still got to figure out something that they've done wrong in order to satisfy a regulation. I don't want to do that, but I'm being forced to by powers greater than myself. And it sucks. It sucks. And in some of those, sometimes I'm shaking my head and I'm covering my face and there's nothing I can really do about it. But if I want to stay employed, that's what I got to do. Do you get it?
Yeah, I do. And it's complicated idea to express, but I caught what you're saying and I understand it. You said it well. Something similar to that, yeah, I also feel has happened in this case.
A 100%, because everybody has to answer to someone.
Good point, sir.
And Daigle, yeah, I understand your frustration with this piece of evidence because it is compromised. And Dollinger's tactical denial and downplaying it is just telling.
Absolutely.
Because he knows there's no, he doesn't have to, that doesn't have to be answered for. It's already covered. Right. This whole thing is already covered by someone. There's no one going to hold anyone accountable because this thing went down the way it was designed to go.
Right. Right. Like I said, no matter what was going to happen, I fully, from the depths of my soul, believe that no matter what happened, unless some big, crazy miracle happened, Bryan was going to be guilty, period. This was never going to go to trial. That's by design. And Bryan was going to be guilty. End of story. That's how I see this at this point. Make me see it different, somebody, please. That's all I ask. Because I'm not going to be able to see it until you can. And I don't think anybody can. That's all I'm saying. So
this is just further evidence of the fact that there was shenanigans or foul play with that sheath. We all knew it back then. The best we had, our arguments were, well, the sheath would be on a belt, and how could it fall off? Well, then the argument would be, well, it broke off and it tore the leather, and it's like impossible. You hook it up to a team of horses, and horses can't pull through that leather,
Right.
And it just on and on. We knew that sheath was never a genuine element in that crime scene. It was put there later. We can't prove it.
Well,
but now this is
we kind of can there, Eddie, in some way. I'll say this much: for the first chapter that was released out of the book points directly to the fact that the sheath wasn't on the bed; it was laying on the floor. They claim in chapter 1 it's laying on the floor next to victim number 3, which says Maddie. I think it's victim number 3. Don't quote me on that one, but and that's not where we see it. It's not there. And again, not to interrupt you, bud, but I just want to throw this in front of what you're saying. That and the fact that Warner and Nunez don't say one word in their reports about this thing, nor in the body cam footage, nothing. They don't speak on it at all. It's laying on the floor, is what we're told, if that's even true at this point. But it was not on the bed. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead with what you were saying.
That's okay. I held my place. It's just further proof that the DNA can't be trusted. If it was, in a right side up world, if the investigators found a vestige of the perpetrator in that crime scene, they wouldn't have to go sneaking around with that piece of evidence.
Right.
You would just go through the process in the normal way and get your guy.
Thank you. Black and white, cut and dry. Yes, sir. Did not happen, will not happen. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the Love and Other Habits for that. So she says, thanks to Joanne T. Or thanks to at Joanne T. Or Joanne, I'm sorry. Ann Taylor is speaking this weekend. Yeah, she is at Idaho State Defense Attorney Conference. Lessons learned from the Kohberger case. And
where do we watch it?
You can't. This is something that bothers me a little bit too. And I'm not going to attack Ann Taylor, but understand it bothers me a bit. Okay. They're having a conference. I can't remember where the hell this was. I just saw this last night too. But, and she says in the article that's put out about it, at the invite, I guess you call it, that attorneys and so on and so forth are invited to this, but you cannot, they ask everybody to keep basically keep your mouth shut. Don't put this out. Don't talk about it. Don't do anything. Keep it all private, all that kind of stuff. What bothers me is you can go to have a conference and talk about, lessons learned from the Kohberger case, but we can't put this out to the public. It just bothers me a little bit, you guys. Again, I'm not attacking Ann. I'm not trying to go at her at all. I'm just saying, there he is. Good God almighty. It just bothers me a little bit. Jesse Schul, welcome, brother. It's so good to see you. We've missed you. I hope you're doing well.
I missed you guys. It's great to be back. I've been busy at work, but I've been continuing to try and follow the case and keep up with you. And man, I'm really excited for you, Diego. Your channel is doing really well. And I love the collaboration with Lee. I think that's certainly a good fit. And some of the new characters, 1-1 and JJ, those guys seem like they're certainly my cup of tea as well. And not that anybody else isn't, but good to see Eddie again. I haven't seen Eddie for a while. Where you been, Eddie?
Good to see you. I took a little hiatus, took a few months off, but I'm back.
Well deserved.
Good to see you, as always, Jesse.
Yeah, I lost interest for a little while. I got really wrapped up in following the Charlie Kirk case a little bit more.
Sure.
But my opinion, and I think I've said it before, and some people don't like it, but these are all the same case to me. It's all the same characters. It's the same scam being run. George Carlin said it's one big club and you're not in it. I was just watching the Charlie Kirk trial, and it was David Edelman, the media expert, and it was just like deja vu all over again, right? And you look at the way the media, and it's the same players. It's News Nation, it's Brian Enton, it's, and they're just doing the same things. And there's no way that they don't know what they're doing.
It's a script.
I don't believe that
it's
Ashley
like
Bamfield and Brian Enton have no clue that this case is, how do I say it without saying the F word? But
you can say the F word.
Let's just say it. It's just, this case is fucked, and they know it's fucked, and they don't give a shit. They just don't. And they're the same bad actors. And but call me a cynic, but this is life. This is every aspect of life right now. This is the media. This is politics. This is the legal system. This is the government. This is your local politics. It's all, it's one big club, and I'm not in it. I don't know about you guys. I don't think you guys are in it either.
We aren't either. Don't feel bad. We weren't invited. Yeah, it's the same script. They just they scratch out the names and write new ones in. That's all they do. Charlie Kirk, Idaho 4, Delphi, Karen Reed. Karen Reed's case, that luckily somebody caught on to something in that
Eileen,
one.
the one case that doesn't get enough traction is that Eileen case. The woman that was murdered by her boyfriend with a knife, stabbed 87 times, and they claim that she committed suicide.
Oh, yeah, that
Eileen's.
I covered that too. God bless America. I can't. Somebody in chat will say it. SRB, we covered that one. What is that called again? Her boyfriend did it. I know he did, but
and he's got powerful political
Ellen Greenberg.
connections.
Ellen Greenberg, yeah.
Ellen Greenberg, yeah.
Yeah, horrible. Yeah, she stabbed herself in the back of her head and her neck.
But it's just times. It's just one more example that if you're connected, if you know the right people, all this stuff can be made to go away, and they could care less what you know about it, what I know about it, what anybody knows about it. You're not in the club. Sorry, guys.
That's how it works. It's very sad. This is our world today.
Dago, real quick, can you hear me? Panel, can you hear me?
Chat? I can.
Coming in loud and clear, Eddie.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Reason I asked, a couple people in chat are asking if I'm okay, and I'm not sure what they mean, but I thought it might have something to do with my sound, but it's not that.
No, you sound okay. Maybe because you took the hiatus, maybe they were thinking something was wrong.
Yeah,
could be. It just needed a break from it.
Nice
we all
to get
do.
a break from time to time from this case.
Yeah,
to keep your sanity.
I did it a while back for about 6 months, and it was nice, but as soon as the wheels started turning again, I popped right back into it. Welcome, Halls. Good to see you, dear. Somebody said your energy's off. Maybe he's just quiet today. That's all. Maybe.
No, not
he sounds the same to me.
Yeah, I'm the same old me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least they worry about you. That's a good thing to know. People care. That's good. So, either way, back to it. So, any thoughts real quick since you jumped up, Jesse, on this thing with the sheath we just talked about? Any thoughts at all on that other than the obvious?
I mean, I've been talking about the sheath being planted for 2.5 years now, or since it arrived on the scene. I've pretty much figured it was planted, but I think I'm more interested in some of the other. I mean, the hair in the hands to me is
it's interesting.
And I've also noticed there's a lot of debate over the source of this information, this guy that wrote the book, which I think is fair. I mean, when I say it's one big club, a guy that was involved in Waco and Ruby Ridge potentially might be in that club. So there is that. But if the information he's giving is factual, let's maybe look at that before we worry about all the rest of that stuff.
That's what has to be figured out first. Yes, I agree with you. That has to be leveled out. I agree. And it's important. It is. Where I sit for it right now, in my opinion, is that it's more than we've had. If it's all coming from a true source, based off of the fact that we were told that it came from documents that were unreleased, that there was a mass load of exculpatory evidence that was hidden. It's believed hidden purposely from, people's eyes in mislabeled files. That's how this was found. So, and it was stuff that was unreleased to the public, or to, even in some aspect, as some of you will find. I don't like giving spoilers to people that didn't read the book, but even possibly to Ann Taylor's, things that she never saw possibly. So, that being said, it was claimed to come from documents, and at some point, I believe, hey, good, there he is. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, some certain sources have to remain private, but we have to question everything, 100%. So, at some point, I believe it's going to be released. Don't quote me on that, and I'm sure one can back me on this. At some point, the stuff, the sources, or not sources, but the documents will be released at some point, somewhere, somehow. They're going to be coming, I believe. And that's a feeling. I do, as much as I believe that coming down the road, there's something big coming on the horizon with this. and this is like the doorway to it, in my opinion. Okay, that's how I'm going to position it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm just telling you that's where I see it at this point. Chris said that he has all text and more. I want to know Kaylee's cell phone text. Who the hell was he was she? Yeah, no, I agree with you too on that one. But yeah, he did say that. So there again, he said he has everything. At some point, and I think he knows this, even as an author of a book. This is a nonfiction book based on his words, that this is based off of factual information that he proclaims. So I believe himself knows at some point he's going to have to release certain things to say, hey, here it is. I told you this. This is it right here. And I'm just patiently waiting for that point to come to task. And then it'll be a little easier to absorb, I think. So.
Dago, I'm kind of leaning the way of what Jesse just said moments ago about this guy. We got to be cautious. I'm willing to give him, a fair chance, but there's already two things that's really concerning to me. I won't. We'll get into it when we rewatch this, and I don't want to take too much time. But
of course,
it feels like, okay, so the tactic, if you follow what I'm about to say, if you embed a lie or two in a sea of truths and maybe a couple tantalizing, never before heard tidbits, then those two lies, or however many, are going to go unnoticed and go into the public realm as truths.
Right.
Now,
good?
When it comes to that 429 vehicle, and I kind of skipped ahead too, I noticed that he's saying that Xana was attacked, in the what you call the main room with the ping pong cups in the living room. Yeah.
Right.
And we know that's not true due to the forensic evidence that we have now available to us. And he said he's going to, forgo inserting his opinions in this, but he's already pushing that as what happened. So it's either one of two things. He's deliberately lying to us twice now, or, and I know you, Dago, you and I don't see eye to eye on the vehicle, but
that's okay.
We need to revisit that. I'll just leave it at that. Re-explore that and grok it to its fullest. Okay?
Right.
But I don't think there's anyone that would want to come up here and go on the record and dispute the fact that it was not Xana's blood on the ping pong table, etc., in that main room. So it's either he is deliberately lying to us, or he doesn't know any of these facts about this thing. So either way, why would you buy the book?
My understanding with that point of it is that his understanding of it is coming from Dr. Turvey, based on Dr. Turvey's report. That's where that comes into play at that point. So that's what, as I read through it, that's where I'm pretty sure that's how that comes into play that way. Now, we were told, okay, at some point, how can I rephrase? Okay, so Dr. Sutton put out her report on this, okay? And then it was amended. That's where this is all becoming a problem, I believe. It was amended. Initially that was Xana's blood on the side of the table and so on and so forth and all that. Then that report was amended and then it became Kaylee's blood. That's where I think this is becoming the issue. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why I said I definitely don't think he's lying. I think there's a confusion with this, and I don't know how or why that happened, because both reports That report came, and then the amended report came, and I believe the amended report was dropped before definitely before the change of plea hearing and the sentencing hearing, all that stuff, in my opinion. So that's where I believe this comes to be a problem, Eddie. Now, his aspect on it, I don't know if he never got the amended report, but when I brought it up to him in the interview, he said, yeah, there were 2 amended reports, and he knew about it. So that's where I'm a little confused myself. I'll be honest with you. Go ahead.
And it's easy to play off. It's easy for someone like that to play off that they never heard Pavarotti's. And maybe there's other content creators, but Pavarotti has done a deep dive into the fact that the expert for the prosecutor, who is, sorry, there's a lot of noise every time I speak. There's
Go ahead. I think it's muted now. Go ahead.
Okay. The prosecutor's expert, and that's Turvey, right?
No, that's Sutton. Defense is for Turvey's for the defense. Sorry.
Okay. Whichever the prosecutor's was, once that, and I think it was female. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Dr. Sutton is a woman. Yeah.
Yeah. Once she realized that that's Kaylee's blood. I mean, her original opinion was Xana was attacked in that room. Once she realized it's Kaylee's blood, then she retracted her expert opinion on what happened in the room. She didn't say, well, once she learned it was Kaylee's blood, she didn't say, well, then it was Kaylee that was attacked in there.
Right. Yeah, I think this is where this issue comes into play. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
Now Chris could play it off like, well, I never heard the latest. He could play dumb, but I think he's good at playing dumb and good at talking word salad too.
So, if one said she hid her opinion, and then said he's brought this up too, which we have talked about this before. I'm still trying to come to grips with the absolution of it, like where the actual truth lies with this. I don't trust, and maybe it's just to be what it is. It's a bias, I guess you could call it. I don't trust Dr. Sutton. I know she's an expert, but like every other expert that the prosecution was going to pull to the table, what do I trust? Why do I trust them? Because
some of them are known liars. I mean, the Celebrite, we've seen Celebrite in action, and I mean, I guess you have to be careful if you call them liars. Maybe you could be.
I know what you're saying,
but I mean, let's say their history in the true crime YouTube arena, people who follow them know that they've done some questionable things.
The Barnharts, for instance, like they're up to here with it, Jesse. I mean, and there's other people.
And this big collaboration with the families, it's very similar to the Charlie Kirk case. You have families of victims collaborating with what appears to be the people covering up what the truth is. And, it's amazing what money can buy and how greed prevails. But certainly I find Celebrite and the Barnharts to be absolute shysters that should have no place ever stepping in a courtroom again.
I agree. I do. I have issues with them. I have issues with Othram. In turn, I have issues with anybody that the prosecution is bringing to the table. Maybe that's wrong. It's very hard to trust anything at that point.
I have a question about the book, because I heard Chris say that it's not his place to have a theory or to say what his theory of how things went down is. He says that. But after you've read the book, and you can't tell us that this.
Well, I can, but people don't want me to. That's the difference, because the book is out now. I can tell you things, but people don't want me to do it. So,
do you think if you read the book, a theory unfolds, or no?
For me, it did. It depends on how you absorb it. Okay, and how you
have to read between the lines, but it's there if you want to read between the lines.
That's how I see it, because my understanding, and not everybody's going to agree with this, and I respect that. I do. My understanding with this is that he's not coming out and saying, "Okay, guys, this case is flawed. It's a dish load of fuckery," for lack, excuse the phrasing, but it is. And this is what happened. Here's who did it. Here's who didn't do it. It's not going to happen. That's not how it's written. You have to read between the lines. I see it as he's attempting to give us a resource or a tool to read through, take the pieces of info he gives us, and use those to go forward with what we've been doing, okay? And find the truth within that. That's how I see it. I'm pretty sure 1-1, when he read it, feels the same way. We talked about it the other night again. Yeah, it's not like spoon feeding you this and that, like he just said over here, but it's kind of like, do you see this? Go look at that a little harder. Do you see that? Go look at that a little bit harder. Things like that is what he's doing.
So for those among us that don't trust him and think he's a bad actor,
right?
Once you can come to the conclusion that he's suggesting that this is the hypothesis, it'll sort of uncover what his potential motivations might be, right?
Yes, and in my opinion, he's not, because of his position, he's not going to come out and say Moscow police is a joke. They screwed this up. Blah 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 blah. He's not. It's just never going to happen. And he's not going to come out and say the prosecution did this, did that. But in my opinion, the target for this that he's pointing at is the prosecution. And I think, again, one can agree with this. Bill Thompson is the finger pointing. He's not going to do it because of who he is and where he sits with this. But that's what I'm reading. That's what I'm seeing. Now, I am like, some people don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I am. Okay, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I'm not going to lose anything from doing that until it comes to a point where there's nothing there. So that's how I'm doing.
I think you got to give him the benefit of the doubt when it comes to information like the hair in the hand that nobody had until he came out with it. And then you can verify it in the court document. So clearly we want that information. We need that information. But yeah, I could hypothesize a scenario where the bad actors can see that it's not going to stick to Kohberger. Maybe we need to give them something else to chew on, direct them, point everybody's focus in a different direction, sort of a sleight of hand thing. That I know that's kind of elaborate, and I'm not saying that's how I feel. I'm on the fence with this guy. I've seen enough, you tell me that this guy was involved in both Waco and Ruby Ridge, and he doesn't seem particularly apologetic about that. And yeah, that's enough to be suspicious right there. That being said, a lot of the stuff he said checked out, and a lot of the mistakes he made, I mean, it's a very complex case. I'm sure I would, if you asked me a bunch of questions, that's what I was thinking when I was hearing the criticism of. Now, I haven't written a book about it though, so that
sure,
maybe that's the separation. But if you started asking me about the questions of evidence and whose blood was in which room, I'm probably going to make some mistakes as well. But so I can forgive those. But
sure,
but I do think it's fair to be skeptical of his motivations.
No, of course. Question everything, as we should, with everything. That I don't care who it is. Like I said, if God himself were to walk forward and say, here's the answer, okay, thank you, but I'm going to take some time and read through it and see what I see. You know what I mean? I'm just not trying to be an ass here, but I'm going to question everything. I'm grateful. Oh, my God, it's raining again. I'm grateful because it's something we didn't have. Now, if we go through this and we get to a point where it reveals absolutely nothing and it does nothing for us, then okay, I get it, and I'm going to make that claim at that point. For now, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. We'll see what happens and go from there. That's my best option for myself. Yeah, JJ even said, I think one just said it in here too. Yeah, JJ thinks he's still an FBI actor. So, it is what it is. So, I'm grateful to have something to, at least, even if it's something small, to hang on to at this moment, to look at. And if it does give us even anything, it's a good
well, the hair in the hand. I mean, isn't the hair in the hand enough to just
I think
get Kohberger out of jail? Like, as far as reasonable doubt goes, the hair in the hand should be like DNA under the fingernails, right? Like, And if you ignored it and didn't test it, it doesn't matter. As long as it isn't Kohberger's hair in the hand, that should be reasonable doubt enough for me. For me, that's enough reasonable doubt to say open up his cell, let him out of there.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I said that the other night when we first found that out.
Which is clearly why it's been hidden, right?
Right. The hair in the hand, I think, is a big deal. Okay. At some point, and he said that he saw it. I'm going to take his word on it. We saw hair in the one photograph. That's all we saw, but we could see it. They never tested it other than for the type and the color, whatever it is. That's what they tested it for. And they tested it against Kohberger. It doesn't match. In turn, if this hair is in a victim's hand as though it's clenched from being pulled from a perpetrator, then, and it doesn't belong to Bryan, then yeah. Who does it belong to then?
It's proof that they lied about the case the entire time. The whole single perpetrator story, that flies in the face with all of it. And to bury it, not to have it come up, and for Ann Taylor not to bring it up. And there was a few back and forth with Hippler where Hippler was being real cocky and real rude and real arrogant. And I was getting really pissed off because at the very same time, simultaneously, we were watching the Karen Reed trial, and I was watching the judge, Bev Canoni, doing the same thing to Alan Jackson. Right. And Alan Jackson puffing his chest out and yelling right in her face, this is bullshit, and pounding the table and, fighting back for his client. While Ann Taylor was like a church mouse, head down, yes, sir, yes, sir. And I was just not satisfied with that.
Absolutely. And if nothing else, Jesse, this has to prove nothing less than the single perp theory is absolute trash. Absolute trash. Okay? Then you tell me why you ran this entire case one perp theory, because you knew it wasn't, as we all knew. Okay? But now there's proof.
Doesn't shine a very good light on the defense either, though, because the defense that you ran for this case, if you had that information, what the hell were you doing?
Well, and I had the same thought. My only recovery on that, were you going to bring this to trial when you brought it to, were you going to bring this up in trial? But at that point, we never got there. That's the only excuse I'll give it. You know what I mean? Because at that point, there isn't one after that. There's nothing. It was coming out in trial, end of story. If that wasn't to be, I have a big problem with it. I'm sorry. That should have been brought up at some point somewhere. Go ahead, Moto.
So Chris did say in the interview, and Taylor never really had a chance. Like they found some of this information right at the very last minute, and they didn't really have time to prepare it. And they were going to use it in trial, but there never was a trial. Bryan pled out. So
that's what I'm banking on, right? Go ahead.
No, that's all I got for now.
No, and I agree. Like, if that's the fact, a lot of the stuff that Turby brought up was right. And I said this last night. Can you guys imagine what would have happened if Dr. Turby's report would have dropped just 1 week before? It could have changed everything, in my opinion. We probably wouldn't even be sitting here having this conversation at all now. So, and that's the problem, is Turby's report dropped, and then 4 days later, the case is done. There was never a chance for her to grab some of this, to do anything with some of this, okay? And I think that's the problem. Go ahead again. Go ahead.
But you think Turvey would have told Ann about these, monumental findings, and she would have advised her client differently. She would have said, "Hey, wait a minute, back up. We have something to work with. Let's go with it." So at one you can say she was ill prepared for the trial, but at the same time she had the opportunity to keep the thing going, unless they're just trying to use these leak investigations as extra ammo.
At the very least, use it to get a better deal for the negotiation of the plea. At the very least, because he didn't exactly get a sweetheart deal, did he?
Well, we don't know what really kind of deal he got. We weren't in that room.
He didn't get one. That's the thing. He got no deal. It's you're gonna get this, and that, and that's the end of it. There was no bargaining.
But he hasn't been touched in prison, has he?
That's true. That we know of. No, of course. That's a good point. I I never thought of that. That could make some difference. Sure. Welcome, Ms. Gambino. I I never even thought of that, Moto. That's interesting. It makes you wonder, but there again, there's been a couple that, like, I'm really unbalanced on this because it's driving me nuts. It makes, like, there's certain parts of this, like the thing with the chain of custody thing, and it's been said, and a lot of people get upset about it. And again, I'm not attacking Ann Taylor, okay? That she kind of maybe at the end gave up because she had so many problems going forward, hitting brick walls left and right. Then her mother passes away, and like it's like she was deflated or something, okay? And the statement that was made, Lee has said this a couple different times, when I guess in the book it states that Dr. Turby sat down with Ann Taylor and said, why did you do this? Why did you let this happen? How did you let this happen? How did you let your client take this plea deal knowing what we have right here? Okay? And Lee said it, I believe he said it the other night, that what happened was she said, you know, what am I supposed to do? I have other cases at this point. Like, it's been 3 years or whatever it was at that point. What do you want me to do? That was her answer.
I can answer that question because I was on the stream with you during the plea hearings. Right. I was really involved back then. And I remember what I said is she needs to quit and just say, I can't do it. And then, because he had denied her a continuance, right? He said, there's no, you're done stalling. You don't get any more time. She should have. And I said, listen, if he's going to play hardball and be an absolute prick and a corrupt, in my mind, a very corruption from Hitler right from the start, play hardball right back at him and say, okay, well, I quit then. And we can't go to trial. Now we can't go to trial because Bryan doesn't have a lawyer. So we're going to get 3 months delay at least just off of that alone. That's to me better than, okay, we'll plead guilty then.
No, I get it. Yes, no, fully. Absolutely. I remember you saying this, and we were kind of pissed at that point. A lot of us were saying this, okay? And ineffective, it makes me wonder if this is going to play out to be a possibility of ineffective assistance to counsel at this point. If you look at it from this aspect, that she knew this and didn't do anything, she knew that and didn't do anything. Was it done on purpose? But it still doesn't make sense to me because you could have done it then. We wouldn't have to be going through this now where there's no appeal process other than this and this. You know what I mean? It's very confusing and very hard to absorb.
Real quick, Dale, backing up just a moment to when you said that so-and-so said that Ann said, you know, something about I have other cases, blah, blah, blah.
That's what Dr. Turby was told, yeah.
Okay, well, that's all hearsay. Unless I hear what Ann said, we can't go too far with that because we don't know if she did say that, what prompted her to say. We don't have all that information, and you know. I
agree. I fully understand what you're saying. It's just
hearsay, so we got to be careful to go too far. That's all I'm saying. Jump to conclusions.
It's just a generalized answer, right? That's what he says. She said. Again, hearsay. As a lot of this is. So I'm not saying she did say it or didn't say it. I'm just saying that's the excuse that Turby said she gave.
And yesterday I was kind of alluding to that. I just want, with everyone diving into this book and then their takeaways are going to be, remember I said, what do we use as facts in this case? And a lot of people run away with so-and-so said. And we've done that this entire time. And how often has it led us astray? And the months and weeks and days, years wasted talking about, those things and going down the wrong trail, only to learn a long time later, to learn better. And how do you undo all that damage and recover all that lost time? So enough.
And agreed. The only other thing that does show a bit of possibility with me is that, and I think Hitler even pointed at it, we know at the time that this was going down, she had picked up the Skylar Mead case, another death penalty case. We all know how that went down as well. And welcome, Deirdre. Yes, Jesse's back. We always get excited when Jesse and Eddie are here. And Moto, of course. But yeah, that she did pick it up. And I think, I can't remember which hearing it was, and I'm sure somebody's going to reiterate this for me, but at one point Hitler said, then why did you pick up another case, Miss Taylor? Something like that.
I think he was just patronizing her,
yeah,
using that against her,
of course,
to bolster his otherwise unjust ruling or unjust opinion.
And I agree.
For manipulation and effect.
Yeah, and he did that a lot. He did do that a lot. I'm just pointing out the fact that she did pick up the case, is all I'm saying. He points at it. I'm not saying I agree with it, but he is a manipulator, 100%, and he played the game fully and honestly. He did. I do fully believe that. So,
not his first rodeo. He knows how to play that game. He knows where to insert the knife and twist.
And he did do that.
Pardon the pun.
Many times. many times. I get it. It's very sad, but we don't know either side of it at this point. I can see, I will say that I did see Anne as seeming to be deflated a bit, but again, her mother had just died. She was hitting brick walls left and right, and no matter what she asked for, no matter what she was doing, he was telling her no. There was she was not prepared, folks. She said this herself. She was not prepared. Now remember this, and this is interesting that we have just found this out too. It was even stated by Judge at one point. I always go back to that May hearing when she said, "You don't understand, Your Honor, the way that the things that are being done and the way that this is progressing, you just have no idea how difficult this is." And he said, "Ms. Taylor, I do know, and I feel for you." So it was known then, before they even went to Ada County, okay, that there was a problem. The prosecution was throwing the discovery at her whenever they felt like it, however they felt like doing it, like 52 card pickup. Figure this out. Then we have this guy coming forward in his book saying that he found a multitude of exculpatory evidence buried in files that were mislabeled. It kind of plays credence to the other parts of this that we've been told already. So that does match up with me, and I trust that. So that being said, they don't know. And yes, I know for anybody that's going to say, well, the prosecution doesn't have to file it all nice and pretty and tag it and this and do that. Okay, fine. But they also didn't have to hide it from her, because that's what they did. And that in turn, in my opinion, takes away from, okay? And then you have Dr. Turby coming forward 4 days before the plea comes down saying, don't do it. It was too late, because this did go into effect beforehand. They had already talked about this days before that happened. So it was kind of like, well, it wasn't kind of like, it is a game. The prosecution played this game all the way through. As fast, you guys saw this. Don't tell me I'm crazy because you saw this. How fast did this plea hearing happen and go through? Faster than anything I've ever seen. Bing, bang, boom, Bryan's in prison. End of story. I've never seen anything like that before, okay? We go from absolutely nothing to do with that to you're in prison. It was done on purpose that way. They had to hurry up, in my opinion, and get this done. That way there was you couldn't back out of it, okay? That's just how I'm trying to say it in layman's terms, but that's how I'm seeing it. So that's what I believe went on with this. Knowing that this stuff was coming, possibly, okay? That Turby was going to be dropping this stuff, and they didn't want it to take effect in that. Maybe that's why. Maybe she had already agreed to something behind the scenes. They signed it, and then, we see it when we see it, is what I'm saying. It may have been too late already. So I don't know. Thank you, SRB. I don't know, but it's very frustrating.
Have you heard that Ann Taylor and Eliza Massoth are going to do some kind of public speaking event? What we learned from Kohberger?
I just talked about it. Yeah, it's called Lessons Learned from Kohberger and Sun Valley, where they're doing it, and it's closed to the world except for specific attorneys or something like that. And she said to ensure,
so it's not really a public event then.
No, ensure your privacy and so on and so forth, and nothing's to be talked about with it. So it kind of bothers me a little bit that that's happening.
Yeah, no, it seems like
out here.
It just seems like if they're it seems like it's putting a conclusion on it, right? Like it's over. So now we can look. So we're not working on it. He's gone, and now we're going to tell the story.
It feels that way. I don't feel that way, but that side of it with her, maybe it feels that way. I fully believe there's something bigger about to drop over the horizon here. I think it's coming.
Well, I hope I'm wrong about Ann Taylor. I hope I do. I know
I agree.
Eddie's a big cheerleader, and I'm cheering for Eddie to be right, and I'm cheering for myself to be wrong. But when I see a lot of the stuff I see, including that speaking engagement, it gives me reason to doubt, let's say.
I get it. I mean, it's hard to see it in other ways, Jesse. I truly understand. I don't believe that Anne was part of the cover-up. No, I don't believe that. I've never seen it that way. Do I believe that Anne felt defeated, that she had no traction? No matter what she did, she could get no traction, and she felt that coming forward? Yes, I do. Do I believe that she gave up? I could possibly believe that because, again, that goes back to the no traction, no, you're not going to get shit from us. No matter what you do, it's not going to happen. No matter what you do, Bryan Kohberger is guilty, folks, period. That's exactly how I see that this is what they were doing, no matter what.
A lot of times you don't even have to be involved in a cover-up. You just have to see what's going on around you, and you see the incentives. And this is a lot of the things that happened during COVID, right? People weren't actively part of a cover-up knowingly, but they were participating in it unknowingly, not knowing, because they were getting the cues from their surroundings, social pressures and everything else.
Yeah, and I've said that many times too. You got the clock punchers that don't ask questions. They just go to do their job day after day, and they're not looking at the details that are sticking out the sides. They just look at what's here. Okay? It happens all the time. So that is true, Jesse. I agree.
They all watch Gray Hughes, all those people.
Yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Another one. Thank you, Moonflower, so very much. Does he say what all the exculpatory evidence is? Some of it is released in the book. I'll say that, Moon. Thank you for that, dear. Very much appreciated. But not all together. There's more to come on this. I'll say that much. That'll be talked about and released. So I'm hoping. And we'll get into that as we get into this book thing. I know we're talking a little bit further than we were on this point, but it's important to talk about. Okay. It very much is. I think personally, my own personal opinion, that the hair is a big deal. It is. And it's not the only place it was found, as we know already. That was talked about as well. They're different. There's hair found in Ethan's hand and there's hair found somewhere else. And they're two different types of hair. So,
well, the fact that they didn't test it, doesn't that suggest that they may know whose it is? And
I do fully believe they know who it belongs to.
Yeah, because if you're not testing it, it sounds like you don't want the answer, right? You're not asking the question because you don't want the answer.
I don't even think that. Let me rephrase what I believe it is. I think they did test it, and they know who it belongs to, and that's why it's not talked about right there. Okay, that's my feeling on it. Truly, I do believe it was tested, and I do believe it was tested against Bryan. It's not his. That said, I truly and honestly in my heart think they know who it is, and that's why it was never put out, period. That's why that document was hidden, okay? And that's why they wrote it in as debris. It's not debris. It's hair. It's human hair. It's not some moron came into DA's the other night and said, you morons, it's probably Murphy's hair because his hand was hanging down there. How stupid can you be? Okay, it's tested and it's known to be human hair, period. 6 to 8 inches long, dark blonde colored. Come on. And I don't like calling people names, but you're going to call me names and tell me I'm stupid when I have the facts of what it is. No, don't do that. So anyway, yeah.
Jesse, I agree with what you both just said. They know who did it and they aren't going to share who did it with the public.
That's why. Yes.
And therefore, they also know who didn't do it. They know Bryan Kohberger did not do this crime.
100%, sir.
There's not one fiber in their being that suggests to them that he was one of multiple people involved with the crime. They know he's not involved at all, period.
Just as much as they know that the DNA that's on that damn sheath is not his, too. And
so you know what we got to do? 12-hour marathon streams like back in the day when we were doing Grub Truck, We got to go back to the grub truck footage and the 911 call response footage and look for somebody missing a patch of hair.
Yeah,
12-hour marathon grub truck.
And that's something. It's funny you said that because I had said it's so stupid that anybody would believe Bryan, after knowing that, had anything to do with this. We saw him the morning after in his own apartment doing this, and then we saw him at Costco, and we saw him at the whatever that other store is called. Multiple times we see this guy. There's not a hair sideways on his head. Okay, what we need to look for is somebody.
Guess that if somebody takes a fistful of hair out of your head, they've clawed your face and caused some other damage too. Right?
Thank you. And the hair that was found in the girl's bed was pulled out at the roots, Jesse, which means there's going to be bloody patches or scabby wherever it is. That is no joke. So somebody that disappeared from the public eye for a period of time because of that, or started wearing a hat or a do-rag or something like that immediately, there's somebody you need to look at, in my opinion. So just saying. Yeah, that was brought up multiple times. Of course, Nick Mowich, with all of his injuries and stuff he went through, did he have patches of hair missing, so on and so forth. Just saying. So, yes, we need to know who that hair belongs to. Fact is fact.
Doesn't it almost makes more sense that it's female hair? Because
a lot, I'll be honest with you, dude. When I first heard that, my brain works its own way, and I'm not saying this, guys, don't run with this. I'm not telling you, here's the killer, but my brain said to me, as soon as he said that it's 6 to 8 inches long, it's dark blonde, I remembered the photograph which I showed yesterday, where we see it on the floor and on the bed rail. Janelle Braun was the first name that came to my mind for whatever reason, right away. Okay, and that's somebody who nobody's seen her or any photographs of her since this happened in the public eye. So I'm interested. I'm very.
Yeah, I mean, I would lean toward it being female hair, just because a male perp could often be capable enough to not get tangled up, let's say, with the victim, whereas a slight female perp has a higher risk of getting tangled up and getting involved in a hair pulling match with the victim.
Tomboy made a good point too with it. She had stated that anyone, like any woman or male even, that has long hair, going into a situation like that is probably going to pull the hair back into a ponytail or something, and maybe that was what was grabbed and yanked out, per se. Yeah, dark blonde is what's said. So it made me immediately go to that with my mind. It could be completely wrong, folks. It's just a thought. But this is the name, once again, folks, that Pavarotti put in my mind, along with Nick Mowich and all these other people, and made me go back to thinking about that. So, and I've always told you guys, it's very, very possible that a woman was involved in doing this. Go ahead, Moto. Sorry.
The hair in Ethan's hand. So that would kind of bust the narrative as well, because if there's hair in his hand from him fighting off somebody, that would mean that Ethan actually fought back. We've always 100%. Been told that he was rolled onto his side and he was stabbed. He didn't have a chance.
Yep.
So again, there is another rabbit hole to go down.
Yes, sir. And we found that out early, a little bit, not too long ago. They told us all, first and foremost, they were all asleep. We all know that's bullshit. And then we come to find out that almost all of them have defensive wounds, which means at some point they were all awake. Okay. Even Maddie, per se. Okay. She was even awake at some point too, I'm going to guess. So, and definitely Ethan, okay, in my opinion, was not passed out. He was not sleeping. There's no way in hell you're going to get hair in your hand like this if you're sleeping. It just doesn't work. So one more lie. Yes. Go ahead, bud.
And the simple fact, if he was on as much Adderall as people are saying he was, first of all, he was not sleeping. Second of all, he was not eating. Third of all, he was alert and awake. So for anyone to say that he was, sleeping it's an outright lie. It's complete bullshit.
And that's interesting that you said that, because in chapter 1, the chapter that was released, for those of you that read that, and again, I'm not trying to drop bombs on anybody, but in the very beginning of this, they were looking at Ethan as a suspect. Okay? You can't look at somebody as a suspect if you think they're sleeping. Period. That just completely contradicts itself. You know what I'm saying? So
I remember the early speculation that it could have been a DV incident.
Yeah.
And collateral damage on top of that. And then when you hear the whole constant text messages, you're being cheated on. And this is kind of what I was alluding to when I said, if this Chris Whitcomb guy has a hypothesis and he's pointing us towards something, it could illuminate what his motive actually is. Sure. And
Lena, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Lana. Yeah, no, I mean, when I heard that, because it was first you hear about the hair in the hand, then you hear about the text messages and the cheating, and I do remember the hypothesis early on of the DV incident and the collateral damage, and it was painting a picture where that was sounding a lot more possible. Now it still seems far-fetched to me. However, is that the way we're being pointed? Is that what the motive is to get us asking that question? I'm not sure.
That's a good question, Jesse. It's a very good point too. Absolutely. Lena, good to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us. Great show earlier. And I am pumped for Sunday too. I can't wait to watch your interview. I know it's going to be amazing. It truly will be. So I can't wait, dear. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. I thought Janelle Braun also do something to pause suspicion of being, but yeah, I agree. Fully Arizona. That's why it popped into my head. So, exactly. Dylan sent a Snapchat at 2:12 and 15. Later, the screaming starts in that house. She wasn't asleep. Of course not. No, she was fully awake, in my opinion. Been chatting with Chris throughout the day today. Been prepping, and I promise to do. You'll do amazing, Lana. We all know that. We already have the anticipation there. No doubt in my mind. As I said earlier, you and Pav, in my opinion, put in so much work. You two are amazing with what you do. So I have no doubt it's going to be an amazing interview, Lana. You have our support, period. So, and make sure you guys are subscribed to Truth and Transparency if you have not yet done it. What are you doing with your life? Please and thank you. Click that link, hop over, subscribe, and hit the notifier. You don't want to miss anything that lady puts out. She does a great job on everything. So thanks, Lana. We appreciate you, dear. All right, guys. So moving on. Let me see here. Chris said he has more info on Dylan and Bethany, but can't release it. There's a few things that he has said that on, as we'll get to. And we do question that, of course, but he did. That one's right. Now, I will show, one second here. 1 second. Gotta fix something. And trying to pull this up now. Hold on. I'm struggling. Thank you for the super chat, Lana. That's number 3 out of 5. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And where is this at? Damn it. All right. Let me get this up and moving again. We didn't get through too much of it because of what we talked about beforehand. Do any of you gentlemen have anything to add to the thing we talked about with the Sheath before we go forward on this? Anything at all whatsoever?
I always thought the Sheath, something else about the Sheath was always kind of interesting. I honestly think they had the Sheath in their pocket if it was actually part of the crime, but
good point.
It kind of looks like it just fell out of the cop's hand, landed on the floor, and then they said, oh, you know what, where would be, somewhere where we could stick this to make it look legitimate? Oh, we'll just stick it underneath their thigh, and that's what they did.
That's exactly what fits, too. And there's no way in hell. Even Bryan Kohberger's dad said, and I know I'm not much for the Patterson book, but he says in one of the chapters in the Patterson book, when he's talking to Brian's best friend's mother at the drugstore, I've said this the other day, not again. When they're talking about this, he looked at her and said, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but Brian didn't do this. And she was his teacher at one point too. And she said, not the Bryan I know. And he said, you do know there was a lot of drug activity and things going on in that house. And that sheath was not found when they said, where they said. That came from Bryan's dad. So take it, leave it, whatever you want to do with it. But it plays into the rest of this, what we're hearing, that the sheath is on the floor. The sheath was always, Ann Taylor said the sheath was placed 3 years ago. We've all said this. Everybody has said this. It's at this point, I'm going to call it a fact. It was never where they said it was. They told us 3 different places at this point now. The first time we heard it was on the right side between the girls, under her thigh, under the blanket. Then we see it and teetering on the side of the bed on her left side. And now we're told it's on the floor. Was it even there? You know what I mean? At this point, was it even there? So, very crazy. Very crazy shit. So, all right. Good point, Moto. Very good point. And it's definitely, in my opinion, it was placed after the fact. Okay. And I'm going to say another reason why, something Chris pointed out, was the way the blood was laying on the sheath, the way it was spattered on the sheath, and so on and so forth. It should have been covered in blood, folks. It should have had blood drag marks on it. It looks to me like it was shoved there after the blood was dry. There was no drag marks with blood on it. So think about that for a minute, too. It should have had drag marks on it as where it was slid through the blood, the way it was shoved under her thigh. It didn't. There was nothing like that on there. So just saying. All right. And I'm going to throw this up and get this moving. And I'm glad that super excited you gentlemen are joining me today so that we can get everybody's opinions on this. Great to have Jesse here again. As always, we have missed you, sir. Eddie and Jesse at the same time. What a treat we get today. Like I'm handing out candy bars, folks. Yay. Let me move this so that we can actually see. Well, doesn't matter if you see me, but I'll leave it there because nobody wants to see me anyway. All right, guys. I think we left off right where I did. I'm going to start this. I am going to step away for about 30 seconds because I got to run to the little boy's room. I'll be right back. On we go.
Presented. They even said, we don't need to show you how we developed the profile because we've got enough circumstantial evidence to do this. They weren't going to show the DNA, and yet the public thinks they convicted him because they had his DNA.
I'm not an attorney. I've testified in many trials, death penalty convictions, one a serial killer named Oscar Ray Bowen who was actually executed. I'm not saying I know it all. I'm saying I've been through this process numerous times. I've been, I understand what goes wrong in a criminal prosecution and what you strive for. And I will say, and I go into this in great detail in this book, that there are problems I would consider so profound with that evidence by itself, independent of whatever the FBI found, that it will shock people. It shocked me. And one of those things is, many people may know that the knife sheath was taken and sent to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. They didn't have the resources to do certain things. Very, very capable crime lab. They didn't have the resources to do certain things. So they had contracted with a laboratory in Texas called Othram Laboratories, or just Othram. I'm trying to be as specific as possible. The evidence went to the Othram labs, and the Othram labs did an investigative genetic genealogy search on this thing, and that didn't go very well. And that's a big deal. The way what happened with that's a big deal. But here's the problem. Chain of custody in a criminal investigation is tantamount to, it's a very, very important part of an investigation. If you pick up a piece of evidence at a scene, you have to show that it went from that place where you found it to analysis to be used, information to be used in a prosecution, right? We all know that. The chain of custody, without a chain of custody, the defense can come back and say, well, we don't know where that went. It could have gone to you could have gone to your backyard. Somebody could have touched it. There's no way to go. Chain of custody is taught at every police academy or every investigative course, certainly, because it's a foundation of the admissibility of the evidence. In this case, and I sent you a photograph of it, and it might be. I think this might already be in the public eye. I don't know that anybody.
I don't think it is. Are you talking about the evidence tag on the well,
there are two things. Two things everybody sees now. And I talk about this in the book, so I might as well bring it up. But one element, and again, I mean, this whole thing is 10 pages in a 440-page book. But we now know I found that when the Idaho State Police went on a Moscow Police Department search warrant on the 13th, they went back to the house with a search warrant. Officer Nunez got a search, filed an affidavit, got a search warrant. When they went back to the house, the Idaho State Police came in and did the crime scene investigation. When they did that, the detectives went to the 3rd floor into Maddie's bedroom, and that's where they found the brown, the tan-colored leather K-bar knife sheath, right?
Right.
His handwritten evidence recovery form, it's a standard form, but everything is handwritten. So you pick up the knife and you place it in an evidence bag and you write down, and it says, and I think you may have it in front of you, I don't know, but it says that it was found on the floor next to victim number 3, and it identifies victim number 3 as Maddie Mogan. So could it be a typo where he said found on floor number 3 next to the victim? Maybe. I mean, we have to ask him. But what it says, contemporaneous with seizure of the evidence, it says in handwritten form that that item, number 14, K-bar knife sheath, found on floor next to victim number 3, and victim number 3 is identified just beneath that as Maddie Mogan. So then you say, well, wait a minute. And here's where we come back to Turvey. So I asked Turvey about it, and because that's where he first came in, and I said, okay, maybe it's a typo. But then you look at things like Officer Nunez on his body cam video when he walks into the room. Officer Warner walks around the edge of the bed, walks up to the edge of the bed with his flashlight, and he's looking at Kaylee, he's looking at Maddie, and then he looks down at the floor. He never looks at where you would think the knife would be based on photographs. Yeah. And then he leaves, and then Officer Nunez comes in, and he does the exact same thing. He looks down he looks at the floor, he looks around everywhere with his flashlight. Now, they would have been standing within 12 inches at the most. I mean, you know, it's all in camera. Neither of them ever mentioned seeing a knife sheath anywhere in the room. You can't see it in the body camera video, and it's there. Turvey looks at it and says, well, wait a minute. The knife was found upside down in the bed, underneath Maddie's thigh, underneath the comforter, but on top of dried blood. So this is his opinion, not mine, or this is his analysis, not mine. It's not an opinion. He always yells at me for that. His analysis was, how did a knife sheath end up in the bed? And it's a porous leather knife sheath, end up in the bed underneath the blanket or the comforter, the tan comforter, on top of dried blood in the sheets. How did not transfer. So I'm not saying these are answers. I'm saying these are questions where you'd step back and say, wait a minute, what? The next one is that when the knife sheath was taken from the scene, placed in a bag, and I have a photograph of the bag it was originally placed in and sealed up, and I have the documents of where it was transferred, it had no chain of custody form affixed to the bag. And I mean, zero.
That's insane. That's insane.
But then the crime lab said essentially, and I'll paraphrase. I don't want to get. I want to be specific without saying something that's incorrect. The law enforcement analysis mechanism had a problem with that, so they said we've got to have a chain of custody form. So a chain of custody form was affixed, and there are 7 names on it. And if anybody can see this picture, but if you look at it, all 7 names are, and now this was placed on the bag long after it left the scene. And this form has 7 names on it, or it has 7 switches. Some are initials. There it is right there. Okay, if you blow that up, if you can blow it up, I'm not even going to say it. I would just ask the viewer to look at that and look at the pen and look at the handwriting. A chain of custody says that if I have a knife sheath and I hand it to you, I sign on it and I say that it goes to you, then you say that you accept it. So it's from me on the left, it goes to you, and that's your name on the right, and it has the date. We can all see that, right?
Yep.
When you zoom in, I would ask, I'm not even going to say it, I would ask you, an observer, to look if there's anything unusual about the pen and the handwriting.
Yeah, and I know where you're going with it, because it looks like all the same handwriting on every single line. Like it doesn't. If these are in-out things of transfer of the property, you should have different people signing off on it. It looks, and
well, that's the law. I mean, that's what you have to do. Yeah.
And I remember, here's the thing that kills me about this photo and about this whole, it's funny because we got sidetracked because we were talking about multiple perps and now we're on evidence handling. But I will tell you that's fine. Let's just stay with this because there's so many bombs in this book. I don't even know how to stay on track.
Yeah, you can't, there is no track. I mean, it's hard writing it into a book, but there are so many things we're just touching the.
I remember reading in the Idaho documents where they were listing chain of custody problems. They said, hey, we received the following items. Problem is this was received without an evidence tag. This was received without what looks like somebody had unsealed the evidence tag. This had a missing signature. And so they went and fixed it. And I said, well, wait a minute. We in the public need to know what items that were. Because if that was the critical piece of information, if that was, say, the knife sheath and we couldn't tell from it, then you've got a major problem. You've got no chain of custody on the most fundamental piece of evidence in this case, the only piece of evidence in the entire house that has Bryan Kohberger's DNA as the public thinks.
Anybody that would say, well, that's some other piece of evidence, it says right in the middle of it, knife sheath. There's only one knife sheath recovered. And there are physical reports filed. For example, this particular report for the seizure of the item, where it was seized on November 13th, contemporaneous with the crimes, like what, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night or something? During the initial, the knife sheath was seized, was placed in that bag, and then it was moved from there. And I'm not even going to go into that. That's another situation by itself. But that was affixed to that sometime considerably later. But just as an example, the person that the person that sees the evidence and filled out the handwritten form, that particular law enforcement official did not file that report. I think it was December 6th. It was about 3 weeks later before the report was filed. So
it's a major
problem. Filed in a timely manner for good reason. Now, did he get busy? I'm sure he got busy, and I'm sure there are various things. Why he did those things, whatever was going on, those things don't matter to me. What matters to me is this. If that knife sheath had turned up at trial, knowing what we know now, it would have been an obvious challenge by the defense to say, this is a falsification. They would allege, I'm not saying it was, I'm saying the defense would allege that this is a falsification of evidence because this chain of custody was not filled out by the people that were supposed to. It was affixed after the fact, covering up the fact that nobody knows where that thing was from the scene until that was affixed to it. Right. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that is what a defense attorney would do. And many times the defense attorney would have a whole lot of success. So before we even get to the DNA, before we even get to the treatment of the sheath itself, as an item of evidence, it seems obvious to me and attorneys that I've talked to, I've asked them about it, and they just shake their head. And it's two things. One, I talk about this book. Not only is it completely plausible that the evidence would be suppressed because of the falsification of the chain of custody, what appears to me to be a chain of custody that was filled out by one person. Not only that, but there's a Giglio rule in many of your clients will know the Giglio rule that you can exclude testimony from one or people that are involved in some kind of a falsehood. So if the defense proved that this was, they would bring a person to the stand and they would say, did you fill out this form under oath? And they would say, yes, I did it for whatever reason. The attorney would say, the defense attorney would say, you falsified this evidence. And not only is the evidence no longer acceptable, but anything is the fruit of a poison tree. Nobody that was involved with that could testify without being identified in this Giglio list of potentially corrupted witnesses. So it would not have just involved the knife sheath or the person that filled out the chain of custody, but all of the people that allowed that to happen. So what I'm saying is, I'm not making a point about a gross injustice by the Moscow Police Department or the Idaho State Police. What I'm saying is the defense in all criminal cases look for ways to poke holes in the evidence and the testimony. And based on my experience in law enforcement and based on talking to many, many attorneys, based on talking to more than 3 attorneys, so I don't want to exaggerate, there is a significant problem in the admissibility of the knife sheath, which means a significant potential problem in the admissibility of the DNA before we get to Othram Labs, or before we get to what Payne told us about what the FBI said was not there. All meaning this, that if we the taxpayer, if we the public, if we the potential jury pool, we could all end up on a jury pool, right? So we all look at these cases saying what goes on here. If we all look at this, we could all agree that we didn't know about, very few of us knew about any of these issues. And in fact, the defense didn't know about this until the very end either. And I know that because I've talked to experts who found it at the end. This was not found until very shortly before the plea also.
I'm curious about that because the reason I'm curious is because Ann Taylor was trying to file Brady Giglio issues early in the investigation, but we weren't 100% sure what she was. And it seemed like Hippler just wasn't going to allow a hearing on certain Brady or Giglio things. But it wasn't the evidence tag issue because she didn't even know about this evidence tag issue until late in the game?
It was late in the game. And I'll say this. I mean, Ann Taylor did what defense attorneys do, and she did the best she could to try and defend her client, in this case, Bryan Kohberger, right? But if you look through the hearings, or excuse me, you have motions in limine, and, we have lawyers among us. I'm not a lawyer, but legal terms, if you ever present a court case or you're an investigator or whatever else, you get used to this stuff. There are certain basic terms, and discovery is one. Brady versus Maryland is a landmark decision that says the prosecution has to give all its evidence to the defense, exculpatory or otherwise. That's why we have this massive file that was handed to Ann Taylor by Bill Thompson's office, right? That's one, Brady disclosure. The Giglio rule, which is a means for the defense to challenge and to remedy potential violations by law enforcement, investigators, witnesses, things like that. That's a whole separate thing, Giglio. A Franks hearing, and it's not Franks apostrophe S, that's another court case, I assume a Supreme Court ruling that allows exclusion of certain evidence. But Ann Taylor's office went after things that many people might not know. Like Ann Taylor filed a motion saying that Bill Thompson's office could not refer to Bryan Kohberger as a psychopath.
Right.
So you look at that and say, well, okay, whatever. Couldn't refer to bushy eyebrows. You couldn't refer to this and you couldn't refer to that. So Judge Hippler did hear all these motions, and there were many, many, many of them. And he ruled along the way. And like I say, Judge Hippler has a pretty extraordinary record as a judge in his career. I'm not going to second guess a single one of his decisions, but I will say he was fairly consistent in shooting down Ann Taylor's motions. So where did this one particular motion about the chain of custody? I don't know that it was ever challenged. It may have been. I've not seen the document when she challenges it because there are so many. So you say these have been revealed over time. There are so many. I don't remember if this was one of them or not.
Well, it seems like you've already said, some of the hair evidence wasn't known until weeks before the plea. The evidence handling on the tag, and therefore, like you said, it's a domino effect. If an officer involved in that, let's say, manipulation of the evidence tag after the fact because it wasn't properly tagged, that could taint their entire testimony on everything because it shows
everybody on that
violation. Right.
Because a defense attorney. Okay. Again, I'm not an attorney, but you should bring one on to talk about this. I'm going to talk. I'm doing another podcast with some attorneys to talk about this. But I will say that any defense attorney is looking for any hole they can poke in the prosecution's case, right? Fair enough. Everybody knows that, right? If you can go and challenge the chain of custody on evidence this important, it's not just the person that filled out the form. It's every single person on that form that allowed that to happen. And this form is a who's who of investigators in this case. And if that's the case, then they carry, for the rest of their career, they carry a Giglio designation. I'm not saying they would have. I'm not saying that would have been the ruling. I am saying that a defense attorney, no matter how good they are, would certainly think about trying that. We won't know because it didn't go to trial. But that would certainly would be considered an issue for lawyers watching this right now, for law enforcement officials, and for people that have been accused of crimes. This is a very widely known problem that is often exploited by defense attorneys with prosecution cases.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a quick minute in case anybody wanted to discuss any of this. Anything, gentlemen, at all?
Just,
if not, we can go
just
forward.
briefly,
Go ahead. Yes,
just
sir.
kind of in general, if I was interviewing him, by the time he has somehow mastered the art of speaking for 5 or 10 minutes to answer a question, and by the time he gets done, finished talking about whatever he's talking about, my head is spinning and I forget my place.
I got
and
you.
if I was interviewing him, I would be afraid to, further inquire or to have him, clarify, as I would be terrified as to reinvigorate his conversational powers and get him going again.
I got you. I understand. Some people just talk this way, I guess. They're very detailed, long answers, I guess, long-winded answers. So I get it. I do. Truly, I do. A lot of people prefer quick to the point, short. Yeah, this is what the answer is. Bing, bang, boom. Move on. You know what I mean? I get that. A lot of people do. This is just how he likes to explain things, I guess. And it is hard sometimes to get what he's saying. So
I do have a quick question about how can it be determined when Ann Taylor became aware of things, such as the chain of custody on this knife sheath evidence bag. How does anyone determine when she would have first seen the evidence? Question makes sense?
No, it does. How do we know when Ann Taylor was made aware of different situations? And
yeah, because he just referred to it as and I forget who did, because they're so long-winded. Was it Lee or was it Chris? I forget. But one of them said, "Yeah, Ann Taylor didn't know about this until right before the plea hearing." It
was based on
correctly.
I think it was Lee that said that. It was based on what was in the book in that chapter about the whole when Dr. Turby made the statement. It was like he gave his report over, and then 4 days later, the plea goes into effect. So that's again based on word of mouth. When we know, that's the only way we would know it is based on hearsay, I guess, based on what they're saying. I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with that, but that's the only thing we can go with at this point.
We got to be careful how far we run with such things. But in a case like that, I mean, she did say that, we're talking about terabytes of information and it's all intermingled. So
yeah,
how can you possibly find everything when you don't even know where to begin looking?
The only thing I can justify it with is if we look for when Dr. Turby's report was filed, that date, and then base it off of the fact that 4 days later the plea hearing happened, so on and so forth. So that's the only thing I can think of. I think we got in the documents, we do have the report, but it came with, oh my God, I can't remember. I think, don't quote me, you guys. There's so many documents. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
We were kind of talking about these other investigations yesterday. We're talking about, interviewing all of these frat boys because they know they're just tallying up, just clicking up these terabytes. What do they care?
Right.
Just amass an overwhelming amount of information to toss at her. Very relevant information within that mass, and the fixes
right, and we may get some of these answers, Eddie, as SRB stating that, and I reached out to him as well. Dr. Turby has some upcoming podcasts with some people, so hopefully some like at least with his part of it, he'll explain dates and times and stuff like that, and that'll help in that aspect. But Ann didn't know about, like Tomboy just said, Ann didn't know about any of that until he sat down with her or handed off his report to her. So unfortunately, it doesn't help with answering that. So also, let's see, unless all info from the state came in one lump together. Yeah. Well, I don't believe that happened because it was all dripped off as we got it little by little by little. So thank you, Ro. Anything to add, Jesse or Moto, to any of this at all, or no? Okay. All right. On we go. Or, as I should say, moving forward, Jesse.
Yeah, I just feel, I mean, I've always felt if it had gone to a jury and a jury had seen the problems with the evidence handling and the problems with the misleading the public by clever wording and to make it look like it's saying something that it wasn't saying, that it would have, I feel it would have fallen.
That's a good question to know. Thank you for joining us today. I imagine he would know. He should know. He should know. I hope he does know. And hopefully, again, that's another question like SRB was putting up there that Turby's going to be doing some, and I think it's important to hear from Dr. Turby himself, which is why I wanted to reach out to him too, based on what we just received information wise. We need to hear from him, in my opinion. So hopefully we'll get that answer to now, possibly, along with others coming forward. Also, it was stated, I see people have talked about this a little bit, and one re-verified that the 25 pages worth of information, it wasn't just Franco Pack. It was about Jack Decor and other things as well that we have come to find out. So I'm very curious as to why that was withheld. Why anything about Jack Decor was withheld from this book. Very curious. I'll just say that. So, or anything for that matter, truly and honestly, anything. So on we go. Yeah, I would agree with Tomboy that anything Ann received, Bryan would have to have gotten. You know what I mean?
Under examination, and people would have said, well, wait a minute. You can't definitively say his DNA is at the house. The chain of custody is broken. So what are you left with? Circumstantial evidence that maybe suspect vehicle one. And look, even Ann Taylor argued it's for the jury to decide if that's the same vehicle going past in the house on all those videos. You keep calling it suspect vehicle one over and over again, but it's for the jury to decide if that's even the same car that's driving around. I drove that neighborhood just recently, and there's fucking 12 white Hyundai Elantra looking cars in the neighborhood parked there. They're everywhere. It's a dime a dozen cars that look.
Look, like I have a list. When the white car is another thing. Like 2 hours is not enough time to talk about this. I'll say, again, this book is 440 pages. We've just covered 7 pages, right? I mean, right? You've read this book. I'm not lying.
Right. I know.
But
I told you we wouldn't be able to do it.
Let's just really quickly get to this, because I really want to launch this. I really want to launch various things where people get involved in this. You read it in the book, and people will take this under their wing and they'll run with it. The white car is an issue for many, many different reasons, including Molly McMichael's testimony, or what she gave in the police report, saying she saw the guy in the car driving by the house while she was standing outside, and the police said, no, it was a different color. It couldn't have been Kohberger because he had light brown hair. And there are many problems that we could talk about. And that's an interesting element. The Molly McMichael thing is a really, really interesting story that we 100%. Can get into if you want. However, here's one thing that's going to come out of this book that I think could be very compelling. Everybody knows the 1112, I call it ring camera video, whatever the device was. We think of it as a ring cam generically.
Yeah. Right.
We all know that the dog barks. We believe we hear the woman screaming. We believe we hear a loud thud at 4:17:35 or something like that mark, right?
Yeah.
So that we most of the prosecution narrative says something's going on at 4:17:35, and then about 2.5-3 minutes later, we see the white car race away. Fair enough?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
That's it. And everybody put that away. So we know we have the Linda Lane video. I want to get into as many details as I can, because there are so many elements of this story. So many.
Yes.
So you have the 1112 video, you have the Linda Lane video, what's referred to as Linda Lane, and then you have the dumpster video, which shows what goes up Taylor Road. Okay.
Yes.
Now, some people know about this, but I think many, many people don't know what's really going on. At 4:20, I've got to check it. I think it's 4:24:10 or something like that. You see somebody walk in the Linda Lane video. You see a person walk out to a very boxy SUV that is parked nose in toward the camera. almost all you know what I'm talking about. Almost everybody knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And you see a person walking, and I don't want to be, I'm not insinuating or implying, but a single person walks from the direction of 1122 to the back of the SUV wearing a backpack. They open the back of the thing, the lights come on, they do something at the back, they put the tailgate down, they come around to the driver's side, and when they do, they're not wearing a backpack. So we might deduce that they place the backpack in the back of the SUV. Now this is what, 4 or 5 minutes after the white car races away. Okay, we see it on the Linda Lane video. It pulls, backs out, drives away, and there's one thing very unusual about it. It's very loud. You look at all the other hours and hours and hours of video, it's much louder than any other vehicle.
Right.
The sound signature. Okay.
Distinctive.
So you can tell, like, I think it's a Ford Expedition, or I haven't gotten into great detail, but it would be easy to figure out what this thing is, right? Backs out, drives down. Then we see it go by 10, 15, 20 seconds later, whatever it is. We see it go by 1112. You hear the sound signature. You see it's the same vehicle. It drives down, turns right, and goes and disappears to the right, just like the white car, right?
Yeah.
There's a problem. We don't see that. I proved that 2 days ago. Okay, so
which part are you having problem with specifically, Daigle?
Two parts at this point. The oh shoot, I bit the wrong button. I'm sorry. The part where he claims that the tailgate opens, somebody does something, and then we would surmise that they did something. I'm telling you, at this point,
he says,
I think he's seeing a different video. Yeah.
He said, and I believe everyone's familiar with that part. I disagree. I've never seen such a thing.
We haven't. That's why, Eddie. And that's what I'm telling you at this point now. And I wasn't even thinking about it then until after I went and proved this the other day. He's seeing a different video.
Hold up. Did you guys see Lana's community post about the fact that she is concluding that WSU is selectively redacting documents depending on who they're sending them out to? So different people are getting different redactions on the same documents and videos and information depending on who they are. So they're looking into who they're giving the FOIA request back to and doing selective redactions, according to Lana in her community post, I believe.
Oh, interesting. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't doubt it, but
can anybody in chat say that they saw that community post? I don't want to get it wrong and say it was Lana when it was Jules or somebody else.
I haven't seen it yet, but I wouldn't doubt it, Jesse. It makes
somebody
sense.
in chat will have seen it, I'm sure.
Michelle just said she saw it. So what I'm getting at with this, though, which that's a very interesting point, Jesse, and again, I'm not doubting it by any means. I believe that what he is seeing is the fully unredacted versions, maybe the raw versions of shit that we're not seeing, folks. Because it's been more than once that he said he saw something that none of us have seen. Okay? And it's people have reached out to grab all these videos. I watched this Linda Lane footage, I don't know how many times, and we just did it the other day, and we never see that loud-ass black SUV go rolling by the house at that time, leaving. We see it come back at 429, but we don't see it leave. We watch it back up. We watch it pull out. It should go by the 1112 footage or camera, and we don't see that. He's seeing something we're not seeing. He doesn't seem to realize that. So, therefore, again, as we watched the Linda Lane 1330 footage, we watched somebody walk up to the vehicle, but as we freeze it and watch it, you can see them inject right into the vehicle. There's no tailgate, no hatch, no nothing that opens up, whatever you want to call it. Nothing. So there in turn, you're seeing something we don't see. That's a problem. That's a big problem. And I'm just sitting here realizing this. You know what I mean? And unless I don't think there was enough time for a hatch or a tailgate to open. They walked up quickly and boom, the light goes off. You see that. You know, unless they slid right by and they had opened their hatch or their tailgate, with their little remote thing, you know what I mean, and threw it in and slammed it? No, I just don't see so. But just saying, maybe I missed it. I don't know. Nobody else said they saw that. But the most important part is we never see that vehicle leave in those videos. Never. It's like it just disappears. It should have rolled right past the 1112 footage or video. Sorry, it never does. But we see it come back, which makes no sense. It was clipped, manipulated, cut, whatever the hell it was. He saw the original on more than one video now. So there's two problems there. Was there anything else, Eddie, that you were adding to that, or was that what you were saying?
Yeah, Pavarotti just put out a video disproving what Chris here is claiming.
Yeah. And that's so.
Chris
and
Chris is trying to combine the I believe the 424 vehicle and the 429 vehicle and make them both the same. And then furthermore, at 6:30 a.m., he's saying that same vehicle then moves once again into the Queen Road apartments, further up, if you follow my meaning, into the, where that lady who works overnight, she works from like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And then we see
the cat lady. Yeah.
Yeah, the cat lady. By the way, digressing a little bit, but investigator Reed, Detective Barrett and another, I don't know who, but I think that's the ISP that we're interviewing her on December 2nd, that
Yep, I do.
That
She
report,
said she came home to check on her cats or something like that, right?
Yeah, where it's redacted, you can tell by looking at her vehicle, you can tell that it's a Toyota RAV4, but furthermore, where it's redacted, you can tell that they blotted out, because RAV4, the character 4 only takes one space, and RAV only takes 3 spaces, so you can tell what she drives. I just wanted to add that, but that is not this same boxy vehicle that Chris is claiming. But like I said, I digress. He's either misinformed or he's purposely misguiding us all.
Yeah, and again, that's another good point too. And the RAV4 does not have that. No, it's not going to sound that way either. That is a loud vehicle, period. You can hear it, feel it. If you're standing there, you can almost feel the vibration coming off of it. I'm just saying. But it's got some kind of a big exhaust changeover on it and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, not the same person, in my opinion, either. I never did think that the girl that said she came home from work to check on her cats, which I still struggle with. Like, who the hell comes home to check on cats? But okay, I'll give it to you.
I thought she sounded quite suspect in the interview as well. And I thought the interviewing officer sounded suspect when she was giving suspect replies. He was eating it like it was the, apple pie and ice cream. Just, oh yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
right. Jesse, I like that. Yes. I mean, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And this is very odd. And yes, it goes beyond a diesel to me, CG. I believe I found exactly the type of exhaust it is. It has the exact identical sound to it, but just saying. Maybe in the info he got, those 2 times were put together too. It could be. If he got everything all at one lump, who knows? I don't know, but there's some definite misconstruities here that are, they're messed up. So I'll just say that. But anything else to add, Moto, Jesse, Eddie, before we move forward with it?
Well, we are on this topic, so rather than putting it in later, because we are on topic, I alluded yesterday to, you can prove that the 429 vehicle or 430 or however you want to call it, that is a Ford Explorer, and it pulls into the 1122 King Road house. How can we prove that? Using science. And Pavarotti did the work doing that. I'm sure everyone has seen his video where he proves, because because of the way light reflects off of objects at a given angle. So using science, you can tell that, because there's a gradient on that hill, it doesn't go all the way up to the top where it plateaus by the Queen Road apartments. It stopped short and pulled into the house at 4:30. And that's provable. So I guess if anyone wants to go on the record and challenge that, like they do, like medical doctors
you already
do,
know.
or scientists do, if one, if Robert Oppenheimer disagrees with Einstein, he doesn't just say, I mean, that's disrespectful. You gotta, like, if you have done the work and have shown that your set of facts are the truth.
Thank you, Krista.
And if your research stands the test of peer review, you can come up and challenge it. But until then, Pavarotti has laid it out where it's provable that the Ford Explorer is the car at 429.
I got a really dumb question. Is the Ford Explorer the Chapin family vehicle?
That's the one he's referring to, yeah. Okay. I'm going to have to go watch. That's actually, I did not see that video, Eddie. I'm going to go watch it because I am the one, I disagree with that respectfully. So I'm going to go watch this. You said it was based off of science that he did, what he did to prove it, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go check that out. Not right now, obviously, but I will. And because I'm very curious why you're very, very strongly positive on that, and because I know you, so I'm going to go check that one out for sure.
Right. And if anyone challenges it, I mean, do the work and then come forward, because if there is an error in his method, point it out with your own set of facts based on your efforts and your research, and submit that so we can peer review it. But until then,
sure,
you can't just say,
yeah, what is it? What exactly did he do?
He's a scoundrel. I don't trust him, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
that
well, I would never think that, that,
well,
but
no,
like, what does he do to prove it in that, with the scientific theory on that?
He went through elaborate work showing how light behaves in the window of, one of the houses down in the
taillight
stuff. Where
right.
Jack S lives, where, so you can watch whether the headlights are coming down the hill or whether taillights are going up the hill. But, based on how light behaves when it reflects off of an object, you can tell where the car goes. Even though our point of view is looking down the hill, you can tell, when the car is going behind the camera, where it ends up, how far it goes or what it does.
Oh, yeah, which we've done with many other videos with the taillights on the house across the street from, it's got a different name, people call it, but it's across from 1112. As you watch a car turn onto Queen and go up the hill, you can see by looking at the windows in that house across the street, you watch the taillights go up and move down, and you can tell when they come, go, turn, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, if that's what he did, then yes, of course.
And Dago, if you'd like me to, what I can do, so I can,
no, Krista,
because, going through it like half-hour videos would be kind of tedious. If I could like establish, we could break it down and have it planned so we can get to the timestamps on it, so we can just cut right to the meat and potatoes, as they say, and try to, establish the facts and what's going on here with this vehicle at these times.
Sure.
So everyone can see. I think that would be, maybe.
No, that's fine. If you want to do that. All right, Jesse, I appreciate you, brother. Have a great night. It's been great to have you here, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Yeah, Eddie, that'd be fine. I'm 100% for that. So.
Rather than like a bunch of cat herding and have everyone just run their own separate way with what they want to believe, we could look at it together and, come to our own conclusion based on what we're seing.
Yeah, I want to see it. So if you want to do that, and I will overnight, probably, we could probably put it together tomorrow. I will overnight check out. Do you know the name of the exact video, so I don't, I can watch parts of it myself, and then we can do this tomorrow?
One is simply called the Black Ford Explorer, or something to that effect. It's really easy, probably about 3 months back. If you go to his videos catalog,
think I remember seeing the title. Yeah.
You know how videos appear in chronological order. So
yeah, right.
Around 3 months, I guess. Same with this. Well, the newest one that he's debunking Chris Whitcomb's allegation, you know, that I just laid out. He's trying to make the one vehicle appear as 3 different ones, you know. That's just recent, within a day or two.
Okay. Yeah.
And then finally, there's this video titled "The Revealing: Debunk the Read Up More BS." That one includes the Toyota RAV4, the young lady, you know, the cat lady that works overnight.
Yeah.
You know, she's being interviewed by the officer that morning.
Of course.
That one's about 3 months back too, and that was the title again. The Revealing: Debunk the Read Up More BS is the title.
And I will thank you. I will go check those out later on tonight and have that in my mind for tomorrow. We can put this together and see what we come up with for that. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Diego, for being open-minded and allowing it the chance.
Always. You know that. Always. Yeah, I'm looking, 100%. Folks, as I said at the beginning, I'm looking for truth. I'm willing to look at anything you show me if it's going to point that direction. That's all I'm saying. I have no problem with that. So 100%. So thank you, Eddie, for the offer and the ability. So
we just wanted to make sense. That's all. Like, no matter what the answer is, we just want it to make sense.
Yeah, I think any of us, Krista, that's it. Welcome, by the way. 100%.
Like, no matter what it is, if it leads to Bryan, it leads to Bryan. Just make it make sense. How did it happen? Did you lie about the timeline? Did you lie about the DNA? Why did you let him take a plea if he did it? If the timeline's off, tell us. Like, I know we're talking about the cars right now. You're talking about the black brum 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 car that goes by.
Yes.
So you think it stops, and you think it stops, Dago? Or do you think it goes straight? Or do you think
I think that it's a different vehicle completely, which is what we're discussing, and that I think it does stop.
Yeah.
And some people think it pulls into the 1122 parking lot. Some people think that it parallel parks with the dumpster, and that's what we're going to work through that point the way we should, instead of just saying, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You know what I mean? That's not how we should do it. So
I really feel like it. We've never heard Ethan turn that on, right? So we don't even know like what his sounds like, even though it doesn't look like it's been added. It does sound too loud though to be that car, that vehicle.
Well, and
I also don't see it go any further there either, Dago. Like, I don't
be right. To be fair, these exhaust systems can be added to just about anything. Okay, I will say that it's an aftermarket exhaust. I don't visualize anybody adding it to that type of vehicle, but that doesn't mean it does. I've seen people do crazy shit, folks. I saw somebody put a 400 big block in a Chevette one time. So figure that one out, you know.
They could have bought it used, and it could have been like that. Like, they could have chosen, like, you know, look at this. Somebody could have added it. They bought it from a used car dealership like that. If that's the one that makes the.
Well, some people like, okay, let's say for instance the boys wanted to drive it. Boys like cars that are loud, that make them feel bigger, blah blah blah. I'm a guy. I've done the same things with my truck. I'm just saying it could be. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's hard to believe, and I struggle with it. So I will look at, you know, whatever we can to prove it, yay or nay. That way we're all in the same boat, and we do it the right way instead of the arguing bullshit. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be a problem. That's all. So
I mean, like, I've seen Ethan get pulled over in that little car. Like, I don't know why, you know, he's got that. I mean, they shared that one vehicle, and he had a Jeep and all, but like that one car.
Yeah, I think that other vehicle was his older vehicle is all.
So. Oh yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining us, by the way, dear. I appreciate you. And on we go. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Moto. What's up, buddy?
I mean, at this point, like, the stuff on video, like, I don't know. I'm not taking it too seriously. I never have, because in those videos, they're so pixelated. You can't see what these people are pointing out. And yeah, you know, you can see a couple taillights in the reflection of the window of the other house, but do you really know for sure if that's where they stopped, if that's where they turned? Yeah, you know what? They're making a good hypothesis, a good educated guess, but in at the same time, you don't really know. I mean, those pictures that story about Linda Lane, how the guy, you know, gets out of the vehicle, you see another guy coming, he puts a backpack in the vehicle. I didn't see anything like that. I saw a couple blurry spots on a black background. Give me a break.
I don't I'm lost. I'm like, what are we? I don't know what you. I'm still lost.
And the other big part of this too, Moto, to go as has been proven. There's been manipulation done on a lot of these videos, so we don't really truly know. There's been one video has sound taken out, another video cuts from one thing to another thing, another video you can run them side by side at completely different times, and it's the exact identical video. It's like there's been manipulation done. Why and when, I don't know, but in all reality, with everything else we've seen, it's really not surprising. So it's very hard to trust a lot of anything. I'll say that much. So that's why
it's not even the fact that the videos have been manipulated. Even if they have been manipulated, you still don't know what's happening in the scene. You don't.
It's really dark on the delayed.
Not to mention the times going back and forth on the timestamps, and that was from the very, very beginning. So right there, you know something's been altered. If they're not going to give us actual raw footage where the where the timestamps don't jump backwards and forwards on their own, then don't give us anything at all.
Exactly.
That's a good point. You know, with Jules, they gave her a muted video. He didn't, like Chris said, he watched that video and Jules flipped out and said, "Wait, how?" And said hers was even muted. How did you see this? Okay, and that's what I agree with you. Like at some point, why are you and you're extorting money? I'll say it that way. You're extorting money from people to give them bullshit.
It's so much
money. Okay, just to shut people up, I think, and it's really ignorant, in my opinion. So, where are you? You're from the Ontario area, Moto? Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
All right, Jesse, because Jesse was from Canada. He's from Canada too, so he was trying to pick off where you were located as compared to where he was from. So, anyway, there you go, Jess. All right, guys. So you're good, Moto. You're good, brother. That's why we're up here. Talk all you want. But yeah. All right, we go.
Real quick. Don't we hear it? Don't we hear that reverb? Don't we hear it turn off as well?
I believe we do. But is it that we're hearing it turn off, or are we hearing the video cut off? That's what I don't know for sure.
You're right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, all right, good point and good catch, Krista. On we go.
The white car turned left and went up to Walenta, and you can see the headlights going back up the other way. You go back to the dumpster video, and you can see that vehicle going Taylor Road. It goes, so you see it on 3 different videos. If you follow the video out, it goes down Taylor Road. 3 minutes later, 3.5 minutes later, it comes back, and you see it come back down Taylor Road. You see it in the 1112 video, turn left, come back up the hill toward the house. But instead of going back up to its parking spot in front of the Linda Lane camera where we saw it, it stops. And it stops behind the field of view for the 112 camera.
Right.
So you can't tell visually where it is, but it's so loud and it has a distinctive signature at 4:27, 4:29 in the morning. You can tell that it stops because it's rumbling. And then when it takes off under load, it gets louder. So it sounds like it's maybe turning around or something, but you can hear the engine. I'm not going to describe it. Everybody can listen to it. And then it stops. And the dog's going nuts. And then it stops, and then there's a little bit of a quiet, and then it sounds like a door closing. That's what it sounds like to me. I try not to have theories, but that's what it sounds like to me. So you go, okay, so this thing took off and it came back. It left several minutes after the white car. It came back 3.5 minutes later. Where did it go? At 4:30 in the morning. Why did it go up Taylor Road and come back? And why would it stop in front of the house? And why would it park in front of the house? And why would they get out and close the door? The engine clearly shuts down. Clearly.
Yeah.
So they clearly parked there. And I'll stop it right here to say that there's another investigation that I've seen somewhere where this was identified as an SUV, and that some online investigators had tied to a specific SUV that parked in front of that building, and it was thought to be that truck. The reality of it is, all you have to do is look at the videotape. I'm not even going to say this is what happened. You see one vehicle leave. You see that vehicle on 3 different cameras, Linda Lane, 1112, and a dumpster video. You see it come back 3.5, 4 minutes later. Don't, you know, the time's going to be off, but very close. Comes back and the engine stops based on the sound in direct proximity between the back of 1112 and I'm saying the parking lot or right in front of 1122. Okay.
Yeah.
That's at 4:30. That's at 4:30 in the morning. There are two separate people that I've read the reports where police interviewed two different people that said this loud SUV came by. I've never heard it before, blah, blah, blah. And that's all well documented. But here's where it gets kind of crazy. That vehicle was parked in a specific spot that you can see in the Linda Lane video. It comes back 2 hours later at 6:30 in the morning, and it parks in the original parking spot. And somebody gets out of the driver's side door without the backpack and walks back the way they came in front of what's that? What are those apartments right there in the front? It's there's no door. There's no door.
There's the Whites and the Queens, but it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah.
There's no door on that side of the road. So they walk out and they walk down that road. So they walk down the road back toward 1122.
Now, this is where I think that he may have been confused as to in relation to where these were, because those are the Queen apartments. They do have doors on that side. So I think he was either turned around and was completely lost as to what he was talking about at that point, which I guess could happen. But there are doors on that. We all saw on the when they were going and door knocking, okay, and canvassing the area, there's doors there, okay, on that side of the road going down Queen. So I think he got turned around and maybe thought that he was at the other set of apartments or some point, but there are doors on that side. And then we have the middle portion, okay? There's doors on that side. And then there's doors on the other side too, on the back side. So
we can't conjecture it one way or the other way and pretend to know what he was thinking. He does get more specific. He in a moment will better define what he's talking about.
I'm so lost.
Right. Gotcha. So I just wanted to clarify that is not true. That point right there was not true. So I don't know why he said it. Like Eddie said, we can't give that answer. So on we go.
They were going into that building has no door. So what I think what people don't know, I think a lot of people have seen the video at Linda Lane of an SUV that leaves at 4:25, 5 minutes after the white car. They may have seen the video where it turns right and goes down Taylor Road, and you can see it on the dumpster video. They may have waited to watch it come back 4 minutes later, 3 minutes later, whatever it was, and come back up on the 112 camera. But to the best of my knowledge, nobody realizes that for whatever reason, they left at 4:30 in the morning, 4:25. They parked at the house at 4:30 in the morning. And then 2 hours later, for whatever reason, at 6:30 in the morning, they go back, get in that SUV, and they drive back to the original parking spot, the same parking spot, and they park the vehicle. And they get.
And I am at some point, because now I'm dead set curious on a couple other things. I'm going to be reviewing that girl with the RAV4. I'm going to be reviewing her interview again. I'm just bothered by a couple of things now. So I will be doing, not today, but I will be doing that soon, just so you guys know.
Yeah, by the way.
Sorry. Do you remember the one on Linda Lane where it looked like it turned into like a transformer? Like it looks like it pulls up like a Mustang and it kind of backs up and it like pulls away like an SUV, and it sounds like that one. Do you know what video I'm talking about?
Oh, you're when
is
the
that
van? It's like a van when it changes. It changes.
Yeah, like, is that Linda Lane?
That's Linda Lane at like 12 something, isn't it?
That's a different Linda Lane footage. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But doesn't that have that vroom sound too, or no?
No. I think I looked to me like it was just a minivan, but it does change shape and color. It's weird.
Yeah, like
I agree.
Mustang, then an SUV when it leaves or something.
That's the one where the teenagers are going into the apartment building, correct?
And the one kid tips his hat sideways when he walks in. Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, a lot of people believe that that's Ethan and so on and so forth. So yes, absolutely.
I thought it was Ethan and Dana too, but I mean, I guess.
I never got to get that close to it. I did watch it. I have thoughts and doubts. I'll just say that. So
remember they said they were in bed at 12:30. Like that's around the time. Like if they could have been like home and like nobody knew they were in there, and then they woke up and they got hungry, and surprised.
Yeah, could be. Hey Fizz, good to see you there.
Because they seemed comfortable. Like he was about to go to bed. He was new clothes on. You know what I mean? Like they were ready for bed. They ate and looked like they were ready for bed at that point.
Yeah, that's a completely different conversation about, but guys, a conversation that I've been, how can I say it, processing multiple different ways. I'll say that much. So yeah.
It's hard to see all of them, but you hear them, but it's hard to see them though. But it would make sense. That's when they said they were eating pizza or something, or.
Well, there's been things said that was a mistake that was stated from the night before, but I don't believe that. Things have been put out, then taken back, then put out, then taken back. This is the whole problem with this whole case. One person says something, and then you have a father saying this. Then there's another one saying, "Oh, but that was a mistake," but we know it wasn't. I mean, it's just a whole mess of shit.
It is a mess because the cops should know who owns that. If that vehicle is that loud, people in the neighborhood,
they do know. They do know. There's no way they don't know, and I promise you, Krista, they do know. They know everything that we think they don't know. They do.
Right.
In my opinion. So
yeah, definitely.
All right, onward and upward.
Back down that way. Does it mean anything in particular? No. Does it prompt me to say, what the hell? Yes, it does.
Yeah, like I know you want to avoid saying what I'm thinking, which is cleanup crew. There's that you go in.
Let's go there.
I know you don't want to specifically say that, but yeah, let's talk about evidence that the scene was cleaned up. Like I said, we're all over the place because I still think we have unanswered questions about the motive, the ways that the victims were killed. Does it indicate more than two different groups of killers? Because your book addresses wounds on the girls that may be different, the posing of the bodies, which may suggest something different. That's a whole shitstorm if there's two people killing on two floors at the same time. But you go in, like you said, maybe let's talk about the cleanup, because if there's a cleanup crew, because there's evidence in that main common room that something happened in the main common room. And we can't explain a lot of the evidence, and things look like they've been wiped down. Blood has been diluted. You talk about furniture being moved or White Claw box being moved over top of stains that the public has never heard about. What leads you to believe that that something happened in the common room, and what do you conclude by things being moved, like the ping pong table and the White Claw box and stuff like that? Get into that for us.
Okay, again. I try my best not to have any theories. I present these things like the SUV. Does that evidence of a cleanup? Hell no. Is it odd that a vehicle would leave at that time, come back, park, and is it compelling to find out? Do I want to find out what happened? Yes, I do. But I don't have time to deal with that in the book. I'm hoping somebody will take that and run with it. I do have a document that shows every vehicle registered to a student at the University of Idaho at that time. So every vehicle registered to that address, to that parking lot, we could go. So could we find out whose vehicle it is? Yeah, very, very easily. I know
people who can do that.
Yeah. So but that's what I want this book to be. I want people to say, I don't give a shit what Whitcomb says. I want to know what he found that I can find out, because we have so many talented people now working in the true crime community that could take this place. I don't do the database research and mining algorithms, all of that. So anyways, let's get back to what you said. A compelling element of this case is the crime scene itself, right? Everybody who's looked at every case looks at the forensic evidence. And I'm talking about physical forensic evaluation of evidence found at a crime scene. We can all agree, I believe we can all agree on one thing. The Maddie and Kaylee were killed in Maddie's bedroom on the 3rd floor. That's pretty widely accepted. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Bill Thompson says it. That's where we're at. That crime scene, many of those crime scenes photographs have been disclosed to the public. I believe I've seen all of them. I've seen many thousands of them in minute detail over time with graphs on the wall and everything else. That crime scene looks like a crime scene. You have blood spatter, you have mechanism of injury. We can track that to the autopsy reports. I could tell you horrific details. I won't, because God bless those poor people. Such a horrible thing, and their families and the survivors. I hate even bringing up mention of these things, but
Daggle, real quick.
Itself.
Pause.
But I can say within the door.
Thank you. Okay,
no problem.
I just have to talk about. So Chris said, I think we can all agree that Maddie and Kaylee were dispatched upstairs in Maddie's bedroom.
I knew somebody was going to call that. Yeah, I know where you're going. Go for it.
That, of course, that is the narrative. But when Lee said, I agree, is he not up to date with the facts?
He knows.
Of the
I
case?
think he's basing it off of what they told us. So.
Yeah, because there's the reality and there's what the prosecution, the state would have gone to trial if there was a trial, their version of reality. So there's two different realities. There's the truth, and then there's the state's fictional narrative.
And if you see what you kind of spoke on it earlier, he doesn't see it. He's not speaking on it as though Kaylee was downstairs being attacked. Kaylee's blood was there. It goes back to, I believe Lee's being polite too, Vivian. I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. I couldn't think of how to phrase it, but yeah, that's what I agree with. But because Chris wrote it as that it's Xana that was the one that was all over that room, and that Kaylee and Maddie were in bed, which none of us agree with. A lot of us have stated right out of the gate that we believe that Kaylee was attacked in the common room, as they call it. So Chris doesn't seem to have that philosophy going.
Pick your battles.
Yeah,
but it kind of gets to what I was talking about. Like, whether I'm deliberately misleading you or deliberately lying to you, or I'm just not informed and am misguiding you, then either way, why would you buy my book?
People want to know what it says, truly and honestly.
It's kind of like an extortion for money. Like, we want information. I have information. They've given me this unredacted case that you guys don't have access to, and if you want to hear tidbits of it, you can buy the book. It's a form of extortion.
I mean, if you see it that way, of course, yeah, yes, I could see it that way. 100%.
Anyway, moving on.
It depends on how you're seeing it, but no, of course, I see what you're saying for sure. And yes, moving on. Oh, did you have something to add, Moto? No? Okay, gotcha, bud.
On the third floor, the threshold of the door, inside, everything looks like a crime scene. When you go outside the threshold of that door, meaning there's blood everywhere, you go outside of the threshold of that door, there's nothing on any floor leading down to the second floor, the stairs, the cut back stairs. You go to Kaylee's room, turn left, go down the stairs, cut back, and end up at Dylan's at the bottom of the stairs, right? There's nothing anywhere on the floor outside the room. There is blood transfer on the walls. Police found blood from the crime scene because the killer, one would have to assume, was covered in blood, because I don't see how it's not possible, otherwise possible. Walks out, touches the walls, touches the door frame, touches the door itself, touches the banister going down the stairs, touches the far side of the banister, or not the banister, the shelf on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and tracks blood from the third floor down to the second floor. You with me so far?
Yeah.
The prosecution narrative, in general terms, maybe in great detail terms, but everybody's assumption is that the killer encountered Xana at the bottom of the stairs and attacked her all the way to her room, where she was found murdered on the floor with Ethan. Okay.
Right.
There's not much of nobody really argues that. What I have now is I have a report prepared for the prosecution. Okay. Like I say, you say, oh, you're a shill for the defense or whatever else. You're a Fed, or say whatever you want. I have the prosecution's forensic analysis done by a woman named Paulette Sutton, which I believe is public now.
Yes.
Many people would read that report, but they don't really understand what she's saying. Maybe they do, but they don't know what to do with it. But it says this. It says that Xana was attacked at the bottom of the stairs and that she ran across the living room, which is where the beer pong table is, and all the photographs. And many, many of these photographs are online. Everybody knows what it looked like now, right? The beer pong table was in front of the door leading from the bottom of the staircase, Dylan's door on the right, kitchen on the left. It goes up a little 6-inch step right there, goes through the beer pong table, turns left and goes down the hallway to her room, right? Yeah. Paulette Sutton's report shows, I don't know the number, but I would say it far exceeds a dozen. It's a significant number of blood transfers, and blood transfers can be cast off, it can be spatter, it can be smudges where somebody touches it. And if you look at her report, you will see that all of the blood in the 3rd floor bedroom and inside the 2nd floor bedroom with Ethan and Xana, none of that blood is diluted in any way. It looks like a crime scene, as people might imagine. From the bottom of the staircase landing through the living room, turning left down the hallway, there's blood everywhere. There's blood on the beer pong table. There is blood on the knee wall on the far side of the beer pong table. There is blood on the walls on the far side of the staircase. There's blood turning left down the hallway. There's blood by that little console, that little chrome brass-looking console. There is blood on the molding on the floor. There's blood on the hallways getting to Xana's room, and there's blood on the door. There is zero blood anywhere on the floor. They never found a single drop of blood on the floor. And Paulette Sutton's report, now she's the expert hired by the prosecution. This was going to go to trial, right? This is the prosecution's expert witness. She says in her report, all of those blood stains were tracked to 4 people. They were tracked to Kaylee and Maddie, meaning the blood was transferred from the 3rd floor. She says these people will never, they had a bloodletting injury on the 3rd floor. They never left that room. Therefore, her words, therefore the blood was transferred from that room downstairs. Okay. Then it was transferred across there into the bedroom. Once it's inside the bedroom, it's the same thing. It's carnage. It's a nightmare of blood. Somehow, Kaylee's and Maddie's blood were found on various parts of that common area of the 2nd floor, the living room.
Right.
And all of it in her report, in each case, I should say, in each case except for one, which we're going to come back to, in each case except for one, the blood was diluted with an unknown substance, and that's in quotations, right? Blood was diluted with an unknown substance. Some of that blood was determined to be Xana's blood, and some of that blood was determined to be Ethan's blood, and we're going to come back to Ethan. Somehow, it was diluted with an unknown substance. So the initial question would be, what would that mean? What's she talking about? And I would say, you look at the photographs, you look at Officer Nunez's body cam, you look at the crime scene photographs, you look at the analysis, you look at anything you want to look at. You can't see any blood on the walls. You can't see much of any blood on the walls unless you look very, very closely. And when you do, it's different for this reason. Blood is viscous, it is red, and it has mass upon which gravity can act. So when you take any viscous substance, and you could use anything, diluted ketchup or whatever, and you spray it on the wall, it hits, and because it has mass, gravity pulls on its mass, and it leaves a trail. I'm not surprising anyone with this, right? When it runs out of steam, based on the coherence to the porous surface, which in this case is a wall, the sheetrock, when the weight of the fluid itself, when gravity exceeds the pull, or when it defeats the pull of gravity on it, it stops and it forms a drop. That drop dries, and the characteristics of a stain like that.
By the way, the unknown substance that keeps being referred to, listed in the book, it's water. That's
just water.
I don't know why. I don't know why they don't say that, but it's water.
Like somebody tried washing the walls. So that's what he's saying, correct?
No, somebody did wash some parts of that. Yeah.
So he's saying it looks like a crime scene, but we can't see that because now he's saying it's diluted. Is that what he's saying? That it was washed up, but he sees it.
That's the main point. Is there was a cleanup? Yes. So
no, but like he's acting like it's there and it wasn't cleaned up. In my opinion, I don't know. Maybe I'm listening to it. To me, like what he's describing, I don't. Did we know all that? Am I lost? Do we know there was?
We knew there was a cleanup. Yeah, they
But
stated it.
we know like all the blood he's talking about, though. That's my question. I don't remember that much blood for the. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
It's all through the photographs, but he's describing in general or in detail certain things. So yeah.
And that don't really make sense to me. And Kaylee was downstairs. She's not running back up the steps. If you're not going to listen to the only witness that was there,
Kaylee, the way that it's been stated is that Kaylee and Maddie were upstairs in the bedroom. He's explaining that this is a whole different conversation now. But earlier,
I know it's like, don't believe the only witness. Then you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's the only fucking witnesses, and you're not going to believe what they say. You're just going to take, and there's blood downstairs from Kaylee, but you're not going to listen to her, and you're just going to take your own thing.
Well, that's the whole mystery to this that we're going to try to figure out at some point as to why and what he's saying as compared to the other stuff. That's all.
Why lie about it? Who gives a fuck?
Just and we knew all this mostly. So yeah,
and it's all rhetorical. I'm sorry, it's rhetorical. What I'm saying.
It's fine. But yeah. And then I see people in the chat that are talking about steambacks and so on and so forth. It makes you wonder if the whole point, the whole thing where Dylan's talking about seeing the triangular thing, so on and so forth. It's just a thought, but it's interesting. So I'll say that. But moving forward.
It has geometry. It has color.
Right.
It fades to the drop itself, but it has geometry. The edges dry and a drop at the bottom dries, right? No surprises here, right?
Correct.
So if it's diluted, blood is viscous and it falls at a certain rate, all calculable, all done with 1 million forensic studies over time. If you use water instead, it will go much further because it doesn't have the same texture. It doesn't have the same thickness, the same viscosity, right? When you look at these blood stains, the vast majority of them have none of those characteristics. So you look at blood stain on the molding by a floor in the third floor or in the second floor, and it looks like a blood stain. It's blood. It has dimension. It cracks because it dries and it pulls apart. It looks like a blood stain. You see the same stains in the common areas of the second floor. None of them, the vast majority do not have those characteristics. So when she says they were diluted with an unknown substance, other people would allege that they were wiped off with water.
Right.
And if you look at them, you don't have to be a forensic scientist to say, does this blood on the third floor bedroom, does this blood on the second floor bedroom look exactly the same? Yes. Does this look anything like the common areas of the second floor? No. Why? Because something had to interact with that. Paulette Sutton in her report says Kaylee was punched in the mouth and somehow the saliva in her mouth diluted all those blood stains. But it's Kaylee's blood. It's Maddie's blood. It's Xana's blood. Xana was injured, was killed in that room and never came back out. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I would say it's kind of funny because, again, there's a lot of really, really clever wordplay. I would say Sutton said that the dilution would be consistent with saliva, right? So she's not saying it was done because of saliva or Xana's snot or whatever, you want to get,
Yeah, she's saying it's a plausible.
She's saying, all right, she's saying it would be consistent with that kind of thing. And there's many people who say that's bullshit. That's not how that got diluted. Like you said, for many of us, it had to have been wiped down.
It had to be wiped down. You cannot look at you say whatever you want about diluted with an unknown substance. This is a laboratory finding, right? This is not an assessment, visual assessment. This is a laboratory finding that it was diluted. So people would say, well, what diluted it? And why was Xana's blood diluted in the common areas of the second floor, but not diluted in her bedroom where she died and there's blood everywhere? Well, how did Kaylee and Maddie's blood, how was it not diluted in the third floor and it somehow became diluted at the bottom of the stairs moving through the common areas of the second floor? One option would be the killer cleaned up. The killer did not go in the bathroom on the third floor and clean up. I mean, that's been very widely analyzed by the prosecution. So again, I'm talking about something that I make better sense of, I hope, more analytically in the book, but it's one of those issues, but it's just one, because here's the next issue. And I think very few people don't know this.
Dave, pause real quick.
Like at night, because many of the lights, the mood lighting, now that everybody's seen the photographs, those were not light switches. They were plugged in, they stayed on, somebody would have to turn them on and off. And so Dylan, when she went downstairs at that time, never went back upstairs until Hunter Johnson arrived, at least according to all the statements, right? So we can assume we can agree, I believe, that the lighting on the second and third, at least on the common areas of the second floor, was probably the same at the time of the killings as it was when police arrived. Because ostensibly, based on all the testimony or all the witness statements, nobody ever went back upstairs to turn on or off any lights. Fair enough?
Yeah.
So
right.
whatever happened on the common areas of the second floor was well lit, very well lit, broadly lit. I bring it up for this reason. There is a roughly 3 by 5 foot plastic table, folding table, right in the middle of this carnage. And if you look at Paulette Sutton's report, or if you look at Dr. Brent.
I didn't hear you, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Okay. He's verbally flying around this crime scene from the 3rd floor to the main floor into Xana's room. And that's a lot to take in and keep track of. When you're trying to mentally envision all this, but I swear that he thinks that Xana's blood is in the common area of the 2nd floor. Did I hear him say that correctly? Is that what he
does? He does. Absolutely. He does. Yes.
But that is false.
And this is why I believe, and it's based off of Sutton's report and he believes that I don't know if he didn't see the other report. When I asked him about it, he claimed that he knew that it was amended. So in turn, I don't know. I don't know if that part of the book was written already, and that's what he's explaining. I don't know, Eddie. I don't. That's the question that I have. That Dr. Sutton. That's the biggest confusion and mystery within what we have now. Okay, that he refers to this adamantly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I brought it to the table when we questioned him at the end of this, and one tried, and it didn't come out the way he wanted, and then I followed it up with a full blown this is what was we know that Dr. Sutton's documents were amended. He said twice, and I was like, okay, so this. And then I tried to get him to explain that part of it, and he didn't.
He can amend his book. He can amend his book before he puts it out.
Yeah, how harmful would it be if the book wasn't corrected and that information was put out like that?
Exactly.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to understand, where we need to understand this is what the problem is with this. What's right and what's wrong. All of this stuff has come from documents. So what do you trust and what don't you trust with the documents is the problem. That's what I don't understand with this, and what I struggle with the most. So
these are all from the forensic reports. We know that none of Xana's blood was in the main room of the 2nd floor. It's all contained in her own bedroom, no further.
Right.
But the initial report that Dr. Sutton had put out is where that's where that came from. So knowing that it was amended, though, if you know it's amended, then why do you not? And I'm not being, all due respect to Chris, but why, if you know it was amended, then why do you not falter to that side of it then? You know what I mean?
Amend your book before you put it out. Fix it. You got better information. You got more information. You already wrote it. That doesn't mean anything, but you're not putting it out yet. Fix it so it matches the freaking. Or do they have something different than we do? Do they have something?
In some aspects, he does have things that we don't have. I get that, but it can't be that.
I mean,
and that's the problem, folks. Kim said too, we don't know anything, really. We don't. But at the same time, I'm just,
tired.
It's frustrating because I feel both ways at the same time, if that makes any sense.
The thing is his conversation doesn't even segue into that. What I'm saying right now is referring to this information back then, but I'm fully, he doesn't acknowledge it. He just runs right through it and states, the misinformation as fact, ignoring the latest correct information. In his dialogue with Lee, he doesn't even
and he does know and spoke with Dr. Turvey. And like I said, I'm kind of going both ways. I'm 50-50, kind of like what SRB just said. I don't know what to take or not to take. I'm trying to do it with all respect that I can. I just want to figure out it makes my mind struggle on what's true and what's false. Which way is the right way? Which was the wrong way? And, we see it in the documents over here, but then we get documents that come from, Dr. Turby and that were dropped at the end of this. So that's what I'm saying. It was the book already written, so on and so forth. So he's just basing it flatly on that.
Well, man,
I don't know. I'm struggling with that. Go ahead, Moto.
I'm gonna piss people off.
So I'm actually with Eddie on this one, because if he actually gave the new evidence a shot, or the new, I guess the newest report, if he actually read it and took the time to understand it, don't you think he'd be pushing that more than the report that showed that it was Xana's blood?
That's why
I'm struggling with that one too.
That's why I said
behind Eddie on it.
I agree. That's why I'm confused on this. Okay.
It's like, don't you feel like you're watching an interview from like a long time ago? Like, I feel like he's in a different time period than
yeah, it's like he had his talking points pre-planned.
Now,
like,
I wonder what I don't know though is he telling us to look at this because it is wrong?
True.
Or is he telling us to look at this because it's right? That's what my problem is, you guys. That's what I'm trying to understand.
That's a really good point, Dago. That is a really good fucking point. Because if he can't say what he feels, he can at least make it look like he keeps saying he wants people to look at it. So maybe he's just trying to make us all be like, look, what I'm saying is not matching the reports, and I can't go back and I'm just saying what he's following his book. Maybe he's got to deal with somebody, but like maybe when he's saying like, look at this, like, oh, he's doing a lot of don't you agree? You agree, right? You agree, right? And Lee's just like, yeah. Because he's picking his battles.
That's what the hard part is with this. Is he showing us this because it's wrong
right.
or right? That's what I'm trying to say, you guys. It's hard to explain it the way I'm thinking on it, but
I know in your brain what you're thinking. I'm thinking the same thing, but it's hard to explain what
to that point, Dago, to answer that. You know how we are all aware of how the mainstream media will pump out the lie, the disinformation.
Yeah.
And then the damage is done. And then, sometime later, if there's ever a correction or the amended version of the story, it's too late. The damage is done. In similar fashion, what he says to us on panel, keep in mind, we represent 1/10 or 1%. It doesn't matter whatever he says or doesn't say. It's what's printed in the book. That information will get out to the masses, and what they read, they will interpret as the fact. Right. And that is the damage.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I went and looked after. I just wanted to clarify, that I was that what I thought my thoughts were. And after I did the interview with them, I went back and looked on it, and I was like, what? Okay, yeah. So we were right. We did see this. We knew this had been changed. The official this and that was different than this. So I wasn't crazy. That was the first problem.
You're questioning what you're looking at. Literally questioning your own like critical thinking and your eyes. Like, you know what I mean? It's like hard to like wrap your head around that he's not answering questions that are so like just make it make sense, and he just, like you said, just breezes over it. Like I feel like I'm watching a different version of this interview. Like I don't know. It's just very strange.
Well, and like I said, that's why I will continue to be researching different things as they come. Now, the other thing that I said at the beginning of this, from my understanding, is that we'll see documents and things like that are released that show some of this stuff. So I'm banking on the fact that comes out. And of course, we will review them once they do come out, if they do, so I can say, okay, this said this, here it is. That said that, there it is. So that would be a verification in that point. But at that point, that's going to be the be all end all for sure.
But like, why now? So you're gonna documents now that say something completely different that we've seen for 3. Like, why? Wait.
If he always had the full discovery, this wouldn't or shouldn't be I know. I agree with that, Liz. And I know, Chris. I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna show us something different now. Like, fucking what? Where? Like, you know how much time pause Lana all have like trying to like tear apart the DNA, trying to figure out who's where, minor, major, this, that, fucking this one, that one's like, okay, now you're going to give something completely different. I don't see that happening, but I just want to see what reality.
I'm kind of curious as to
Sorry.
Lana's interview Sunday, because Lana's going to point things like this out. She'll
Good.
pull it directly out, period, and just put it on the table. So
It's like he doesn't
that
get it.
I'm very curious to see. She'll call it out for what it is, respectfully, of course, but so I just, like I said, I'm giving it all the benefit of the doubt. There's a reason for everything, in my opinion. Hold on, you guys. Okay. There's a reason for everything, in my opinion. So, it- like I said, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt until I don't. That's all I'm saying. So, at some point, I hope there's reasons shown why this is happening like this.
I
That's
just
all
don't
I'm saying.
tend to not believe people that tell me not to believe my own eyes. Like I kind of look at them kind of sideways. When people say don't believe your own eyes and your own critical thinking, and then I look at you like, are you absolutely out of your mind? Like, don't tell me not to believe my own eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust those kind of people. I'm just saying, like,
I understand. Sutton thought
like you
that
said, it makes you feel crazy. Like you're like, let me go look at it again. Let me go look at it again.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on, Krista. Also, Sutton thought that stain 42 was Xana, the blood on the outside of Maddie Mogan's door. That is why Thompson said that it was Xana who ran down. Right. This is where this has become a disaster because of those things. The original documents that were released in with the original narrative as compared to the secondary stuff that came out down the road when the story changed, and now this. We're just trying to make it make sense. So, and that's what I'm trying to do calmly and collectively. So, but all right, because where are we at now? We don't have much more time. I want to drop this at 4 hours exactly. So let's get whatever else we can out of this at this point. So on we go.
Turvey's report, which is also widely available now. You can find these things very clearly from the photographs. This is all documented in photographs. I don't have access. I mean, I don't have exclusive access to any of this.
All right, hold on 1 minute. I want to back up because of the end of that right there. Hold on. All right, one more time.
We can agree, I believe, that the lighting on the second and third, at least on the common areas of the second floor, was probably the same at the time of the killings as it was when police arrived. Because ostensibly, based on all the testimony or all the witness statements, nobody ever went back upstairs to turn on or off any lights. Fair enough?
Yeah.
So whatever happened on the common areas of the second floor was well lit, very well lit, broadly lit. I bring it up for this reason. There is a roughly 3 by 5 foot plastic table, folding table, right in the middle of this carnage. And if you look at Paulette Sutton's report, or if you look at Dr. Brent Turvey's report, which is also widely available now, you can find these things very clearly from the photographs. This is all documented in photographs. I don't have access. I mean, I don't have exclusive access to any of this. If you look at the blood spatter on the knee wall at the far end of the beer pong table, and you look,
will this help for
yes? Okay, thank you so much.
Visual.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so let's just look at this room right now. So you see the door on the left going to the kitchen, to the staircase. You see the space on the right, and you see the table in the middle. Okay, first thing that seems obvious is the cups on the right, the cups on the left are displaced. The cups on the right are not displaced, and there is a space to go to the right, down to Xana's bedroom, and there's a space to get to the door. This photograph is really misleading because if you look at other photographs, and if you look at if you look at Officer Nunez body camera video, you can see that space is probably about 18 inches wide because Officer Warner and Officer Nunez and other people that go through there, you have to turn sideways to get through that space, right? So the obvious question would be, why would somebody place a beer pong table between the kitchen and the bathroom on the second floor if there was a party, whatever? I don't care why it was there. But I will say this. There's blood atop the table. There is blood at the far end of the table on the knee wall, and there's blood on the thing. I bought a table. I went to Costco. I bought the same table, or I bought a table that looks exactly the same. And I set up 10 solo cups and a Corona bottle. I recreated it, and I put it next to a knee wall. And I spent half an hour trying to create a trajectory that would cast blood on the knee wall without hitting those cups or without hitting those table. Like,
Right.
I mean, is this Mythbusters? No. Is it as close to a calculation as I could? And I would challenge somebody else if they want to.
I'm going to run to the bathroom, folks. I'm going to let it play. I'll be right back.
So Xana is fleeing for her life as she's being stabbed.
Now, one thing I do want to point out, since this photograph is up on screen, there's another photograph that was released. Lana was talking about this morning. I just wanted you guys to know that does truly give me absolution that this table was either knocked over and set back up. I'm very comfortable with it now. Dylan's laying here, her head right here. At least it looks that way. And in the back behind her, you see this table with all these cups on this end, set up perfectly. Not this end, that end. So it's just a thought, so everybody can realize, okay? I do believe the table was knocked over, as well as the cups, and put back together by somebody. Not going to say any names. Dylan Bethany, okay? And the cups are perfect on this end, and the table is slid over this way and down that way, closer to the doorway, because you can see it that way. Is all from my opinion. So the table went down, in my opinion, as did the cups, and everything was put back together nice and neat this way. So I'm just giving that as a quick, and in fact, I'll show you the picture real fast. That way you guys don't think I'm insane. For anybody that never saw the picture.
What about the recliner? What's up with the recliner? Like what?
Thank God for SRB.
I can't see Dylan.
All right. And here we go. Give me 1 minute to move it. Hold on. It might be blown up too big. Oh, shit. That's even bigger. Why is it not showing up for you the way it is for me? Oh, I got to move it over. That's why. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. There it is. So the doorway's here. You see the brass table right there? See the cups? They're perfect. See the table? That's the end that way. Her head is by that end of the couch. So therefore, and she is slightly awake. It looks like her one eye is slightly open.
Who the fuck is that? That's Dylan?
Yes, that's Dylan.
Why is there a picture of Dylan in this fucking picture?
This picture was taken by, I'm going to guess, probably Lakeland that was there with her.
Oh, like this is the crime team pictures.
No, that's not a crime scene.
Like, why the fuck is Dylan in the crime?
He's laying on the couch watching Vampire Diaries. From our understanding, there's no true timestamp on it, so we don't know the exact time. But as I'm showing you, the cups are set up at this point. This is that night.
Yeah.
And the table's right there. So I just wanted you guys to realize that is, in my opinion, this was knocked over. Okay.
Here it is, and their pictures all night long. It's so weird.
So that's all. No big deal. I just wanted to show that and explain that once I saw that come up there. Hold on. Let me get back to where I was. Bless America. Stop it. Sorry, you guys. Okay. Now, back to where we're at. And on we go. Yeah, they didn't set them all up. There were still some over there, some on the floor, but they were over here. It's interesting that they put them over here. You know what I mean?
Well,
just saying. And this is yes, that is all speculation in my opinion, but
well, they heard the table moving, right? Didn't she say she thought she heard the
Bethany said she heard the table move and the cups fall. That was in her interview, but yeah. There's the White Claw box, mind you. Another one of them. So
where's the Corona bottle? Or he was just saying. I don't remember a Corona bottle.
Okay, here's another thing. It's right there. It's a Bud Light bottle.
Is that yellow right there? Yeah, I see something yellow.
Not Corona, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question, Pizzy. How do we know that it's that night? Somebody else claimed that there was a stamp of the initial photograph that it was from that night. I don't know for sure. I'm just telling you what I was told based on what I know. So, and there's another box there too, by the way, on the floor, which I just saw. So anyway, just wanted to show that. On we go.
Hacked at by an assailant, and we know this because he's throwing his arm and it's casting blood from the left side of the table by the kitchen all the way across the room, and it's landing on the knee wall, it's landing on that shelf with the White Claw boxes, and it's landing on the wall to the right, right? The drops hit, and they go straight down. They don't go from left to right. They don't go from right to left. They hit and they drop straight down, meaning that whoever cast those was throwing directly at it. I mean, this is common sense, right? You following me?
Yes, and I want to clarify for people who are looking, if this, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen very well, but the directionality of this little kind of half wall and the blood hits this far wall to that staircase leading down to the very first floor as well.
That's correct.
Blood droplets there. And so you're saying, like, how do you cast off or swing an object in motion and hit this wall and hit the wall behind here and the banister here and not the
Well, it's easy to hit the far wall. It's easy to hit the far wall. The problem with hitting the half wall is there's not enough space between the cups and the knee wall, the half wall. There's not enough space, or I couldn't recreate it. I challenge your viewers to try to do the same thing. I could not create a situation where I could get a fluid from the kitchen to hit that wall with that table in the middle.
Right. And so
Which brings up the first question. That brings up the first question. How did that happen if the table was there?
Right.
So the speculation would be, if Xana is fleeing for her life while somebody is hacking at her with enough force to cast off Maddie and Kaylee's blood from their hands from the third floor, and to shed blood, to shed Xana's blood, and we know that it did because her blood is found there also. If that's the case, why would Xana turn right to avoid the beer pong table, run down the length of the beer pong table, and then turn left again to avoid the beer pong table, and somehow, while she's getting hacked up by an assailant at 4:30 in the morning, not touch the table? How is that conceivable?
Right. So you're basically saying, how did she run around this side of the table?
Yeah, to run around, take a hard left. And remember, this photograph is misleading. If you look at other photographs, the table is much closer to that knee wall than it appears in this photograph.
Yeah, and I think I can pull that up maybe as well. It sucks because we don't have the time to cover all the shit in your book. It's
I know. Now we're up to 30 pages out of 440. I mean, it goes on and on and on. The cell tower pings and the white cars and the analysis and the contradictory testimonies and other people. I mean, there were suspects in this that were surveilled, there were so many names. There were so many elements in this that we're not going to have a chance to get to. But I think what I'm trying to say is, when I looked at this information juxtaposed against the prosecution's case, my reaction is, how do we reconcile so many different elements? And the more I looked, the more I felt compelled to tell the story. I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, and like I said, it's you've got we're just scratching the surface, and it sucks. I mean, on the one hand, I want to have you back for 14 more hours so we can get into the details of the book, kind of thing. You make a compelling argument in the book that maybe even, for example, the ping pong table could have been disturbed and knocked over, that this could explain some of the noises that we heard.
Since you bring it up, I got to get this out there, okay? So I say I don't have any theories, but I point out things that don't work. It doesn't make sense that Xana fled for her life, cast with all the blood. I mean, this blood cast off is a blueprint for what happened. You can look at it. There are things you can't say, but there are many things you can say. And if the pool table was displaced during this assault, which is plausible, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not even saying that's the case. I'm saying it's plausible. Here's another thing. When Bethany was interviewed in a recorded conversation after the fact, they asked her about the firecracker. Everybody talks about the fireworks, the firecracker, or whatever else. And she says very specifically, is this online? Is this available yet? I don't know if this is available or not.
The discussion about the firecracker is and all that, yes. But
she says, I remember things very clearly about the dog coming out. She doesn't remember various things. She said, the one thing I'm certain of is I heard the ping pong table moving, and I heard what I thought were the cups being sprayed around. And this was right above her, very close to being above her bedroom. But she, not I, she is the one who mentions hearing the ping pong or the beer pong table, whatever you want to call it, the beer pong table moving, and the cups being displaced. So this is not wild speculation She was in the house at the time, and that's what she told police.
And
the couch is Austintown. It's a sectional type couch that wraps around in kind of an L shape around the back wall and the side wall by the doorway there. So just so you know.
The question is not who moved the table, but why did they put it back?
Yeah, right. And again, when you talk about questions about why did you put it back, why did things get wiped down, it is hard enough for me to suspend, or many people to suspend disbelief that, and we could break down if you want on how we got it to like 4 minutes, whatever, that one person can go into that house and go and kill 4 people on 2 separate floors that are fighting back. There's signs of defensive wounds and fighting back, and have time to rearrange furniture, to wipe down walls, all these things. It leads to there
was no blood on any floorboard anywhere found in the common areas of the house.
It's not
blood all over the walls.
It's not physically possible, I don't think. And again, they all.
And I'm going to stop it there because we have roughly like 9 minutes left to discuss some things. And I, with what you just said, Krista, that is what he said, word for word, what he said behind the scenes. He wants us to keep asking questions and looking and digging and doing what we've been doing. He wants us to. So, and I know people have problems with some of the stuff he said. I get it. I feel it. I have my own questions, which when I get him here, hi Kim, when I get him here, after I'm working on doing it different than other people did. I want to give people the chance to read the book, a couple weeks to read the book, and then I'm going to have him on my show. Those questions are going to be asked. So hang on to your questions, okay? I'm going to do the best I can to get as many out as I can to him, but they will be asked. Why was this said instead of this? Why did you believe this instead of that? All of that is going to be...
You know what I mean? I think he thinks what we think. And I think he just did, like you said, like when you said that, it was like, wow, because he's not trying to mislead us. He's trying to get us to literally keep looking because he can't, or he has not.
That's kind of what I believe, in my opinion. And congratulations, Kim. Happy day anniversary. No worries, dear. 11 months. That's amazing. And we appreciate you very much. So, yeah, that's what I think, Krista. I do. You know, I'm giving this the benefit of the doubt for that reason. And Eddie makes very good points with what he says. I have my own specific questions as to why, Chris, did you think this when we see it this way? I do believe, at the very least, he knows there's a problem. He thinks that the investigation is severely flawed. So that part of it we all agree on with him. Okay. It's the way that he's presenting it is where I think people are struggling. Okay. In his book. So at that point, you know, that's where the questions are going to come into play, so on and so forth. Again, like I said, I'm going to give people a couple weeks to read the book. That way everybody has the ability to absorb everything in it. And then I'm going to have him join us. We're going to try to get these questions to him, break it down, and maybe get a better understanding for his side of things as to why.
It'd be great.
And at the same time, I'm working on trying to have Dr. Turby join us as well. There's a couple good sections in that book with Dr. Turby, folks, and I need you to read those. If you're going to read the book, read those specifically because they do make some sense.
When's it come out?
Tuesday.
Okay.
If you choose to. I'm not telling you you have to do it. I'm just saying if you choose to. That's all I'm saying.
Is it on Amazon? Like so you get it through.
It is on Amazon. It's $28.99 for the hardback, and I think the Kindle version is $14.99. I think so. Welcome, Ms. Trial. Welcome.
I think if I get it on my Audibles, anybody else that has Audibles, I can just send them the book. I think I can do that.
I don't think they'll allow that though, because the link. I think somebody else tried to do that with the early release for places where it was released early, and you have to pay for the link each time. I think so.
Oh, all right. Okay. I mean,
unfortunately, but that of course, that'd be nice.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Kim. I think the goal may have ended though. It did. That's all right. I'll just run that other one for the end of this. Appreciate that very much. Let's hit the goal. She's being very sweet as always. Thank you, Kim. God bless. All right. So at this point, Eddie, even though I know most of your feelings at this point, where are you at now, brother?
Well, I'm still a little suspicious that, this might be to embed a couple key lies or to pieces of misinformation that they feel must be embedded into the minds of the public. Hide that in a sea of truths, and tantalizing, never heard before tidbits to give it credibility, so that people will run with key. They're misguided about key things that, if they knew the truth on, would be more damaging to their narrative.
Sure. That makes sense. Good point. Real quick, Kim, thank you. We've missed seeing you. It's been a little while. Kim Young's in the house. Dropping the tribe new memberships. That gives us 7 new meatballs for the night. Awesome Town Matt received one. Tara D. Tanel Ray, Esther Hahn, and Clowns for Days received one. Thank you, Kim. Very generous and sweet of you, and God bless. Welcome to the new members. We appreciate that. So, Matt, Jesus, Moto. Sorry about that, buddy. Any thoughts or feelings at the end of this?
Oh, lots of thoughts, lots of feelings, but I don't know. Just like anybody else, I think I just lost everybody.
No, you're here. I just put you out there so everybody could see what you're saying.
Oh, wicked. Yeah, you kind of put me on the spot there.
That's all right. That's all right. I know some people get uncomfortable with that. I'll pull you down. No big deal. Any last feelings or thoughts or with what we reviewed thus far? I guess that's the end of that interview, but there's other interviews we can break down and review going forward. Because there's other things
I don't. There were so many new things introduced in that in so many different ways and so many different things he wants us to have a look at. It's hard just to, have any feelings right now because I haven't had enough time or enough information to gather all my thoughts. Like I can still go down 18 different rabbit holes. I'm waiting for the time where I can only go down one.
And that's a great point, dude. I'm with you on that. Jesse says, I will say that it does seem rather out of character for somebody like Chris to want to debunk the official narrative based on what little I know about him. And you're not the first and only person that's ever said that, Jesse. A lot of people have said that and felt that way. I'd like to believe this is a law enforcement official, previous law enforcement official, whatever military person at some point that wants truth. I mean, some people do. In his position, yeah, it's an interesting point you make, Jesse. I'll say that much. But maybe he just truly does. And maybe I still have my gut feeling this is just a doorway to a bigger situation. And again, I have no problems being wrong about that, but I feel in my gut this is coming, folks. I can't give you an exact, but I'm going to say by summertime, I think something big is going to blow out of this, okay?
I agree, Daigle. Something must be coming up because the timing of this. And I don't want to put us over time too much, but...
No, you're good, Eddie. Take your time. I can go over. It's no big deal. He himself says that, Eddie. He does. Go ahead. But
let's talk real quick, hopefully, about how he got this information. This is discovery that it's, we're waiting slowly for this case file to be unredacted, and he has access to stuff that we don't.
Yeah.
So that favoritism right there tells you that there must be, we always talk about these briefings that happen, in, behind the curtain there that we're not privy to, but we can speculate that they must have taken place.
Of course. Yeah.
He's got these connections. Well, obviously then he's been given guidance too. Someone's in his ear as to, how it goes after this,
yeah, I see
what is the mission statement, in regards to how to disseminate this information and how to behave.
Of course. No, I absolutely understand fully what you're saying.
And that can only be from the controlled opposition side of things.
Yeah, putting it in layman's terms, in a sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, of course, okay? Basically, you can take this information and release this book, but with the presumption that you're going to do this, this, and this with it. You have to do it this way only. We need this to happen, and you need to present yourself in this fashion, and see what happens from there. So, in a sense, that's what I'm guessing you're saying.
And they know that we're all just hungering for
Chomping at the bit,
for this information, and they know we'll pay. And it's kind of like I said before, it's extortion, but there has to be a plan. It can't be just that simple that they're after a quick buck. There has to be, and that's why I'm suspicious of this underlying sinister plan, like to get like I'm suspicious about why that vehicle at 4:24, 4:30, 6:30 a.m. has to be the same car. I mean, obviously it's not. So what's going on with that? And why is he pushing so hard for it to be Xana and not Kaylee, being attacked on the second floor? And we know the answer to these things.
Sure. Understood.
He left off with, the question of, I can't figure out what the motive would be for, putting the table back upright. Well, it's simple, because then you can have your surviving roommates be blissfully ignorant about anything taking place, which would explain away the 9-hour delay in the 911 call.
Right.
And then you can have your lone perpetrator, Ninja Jedi custodian karate man dude be the guy that you can pin it on. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Absolutely.
Portaled in, portaled out.
I appreciate your input as always, sir, and Moto, you as well. Like I said, my take, I'm open to everything. You guys know that. I will take anything and everything and look at it and decide what I feel at that point, and try to decipher it that way. I'm a very open-minded person when it comes to this, except for one thing. My mind is pretty much closed at this point to this one thing, and that is that Bryan Kohberger was involved at all. I do not believe that. I have tried to force myself, no lie, I've told you, I have tried to force myself to believe in some aspect Bryan Kohberger had anything to do with this. Whatever you want to call it, as the guilters probably would say, his little pea brain, because he's an idiot, won't let it process, folks. And I'll be that idiot, because in the end of the day, I know that I'm right. And I'm very comfortable with the fact that I'm right. And if you prove me wrong, then you did it. Congratulations. And you are the man or the woman, because I can't make myself believe it. There's no way I can see that this man had anything to do with this crime, let alone knowing about this crime. Even that, okay? Is it possible that he knew something about this? Maybe, but it's like way out there in my opinion. I don't even feel that he knew about it, okay? And there's people that think, oh, Bryan knew it. He knows everything. So if he did, I want to know how. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
How did they know that?
I don't think he knows any bit of it. Go ahead, Ronald. What?
4 years. We've heard everything about Bethany. We've discussed everything about Bethany and Dylan and the 8-hour time delay, Maddie, Kaylee, Jack D, all this shit. Okay, it's shit. There is no mention ever in any of these documents, any of these interviews, or everything that we've seen about Bryan Kohberger.
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
One.
That's what I'm saying. Not one of them. Right. None of their investigations led to Bryan goddamn Kohberger. His name was not in their zeitgeist. So how in the effing world do you get to somebody who you weren't even? He said all these names, all these suspects. Bryan wasn't fucking one of them. So how do you get to? Nobody solved anything. You got a tip, and then you kind of made it work. But your narrative was like, what I mean?
It doesn't though. It doesn't. And I know what you're saying, Krista, but it doesn't work. It doesn't even remotely work. Okay.
If he did it, if he did it, then they're lying about the timeline. If he did this, then they're all wrong about how it happened. Period.
I'm not even comfortable with saying if he did this, he didn't do it alone.
Right.
He didn't do this I can't see it. And like Moto just said, Eddie and I have both said for years, you show me somewhere in these documents where Bryan Kohberger's name comes into this.
There isn't. They did not have any leads. There's no investigation.
There's nothing.
Right.
Nowhere,
one
shape, or
thing
form.
that there's one thing that everybody's failed to ask him, ask Chris. It's how did the perpetrator enter the building?
Right.
That's a question that we've been asking since day one.
That is a good question. Yeah.
And you know what? Nobody's ever answered it clearly or specifically. They all say it's a sliding glass. They say it's a sliding glass back door. It's not. In my opinion. But each their own.
Bethany saw. I mean, Dylan admitted to saying so much more. There's no way they didn't hear this horrible attack, and I want to know why they sat there for 9 hours and did nothing. It doesn't
because they were supposed to. That's my opinion.
To answer, go to jail then. Get ready.
They were told to do that, or either they were told or forced to do it, Krista. That's my opinion on that question.
It's just so weird. Man.
It was either out of fear, or they were just that, or choice. Fear or choice are my two options with that. They chose to do it because they wanted to, or they were forced to do it out of fear. That's my opinion on that.
Bethany runs at the sound of nothing. She goes and sleeps over somebody's house because she thinks she hears a scream. But you have a whole freaking slaughtering going on. You're just like, do.
And I don't believe she didn't hear anything. I don't believe anything she says at this point, nor do I definitely don't believe anything Dylan has said. Okay.
They have ears. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I don't. So
they have ears.
Hold on. Here's my thing. If Bethany can say in her interview, which we just talked about, that she heard the table fall over or slide, or the cups, these are plastic Solo cups. You heard the Solo cups hit the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, those cups weigh like 3 ounces a piece. They're not heavy enough to make a sound when they hit the floor. They don't weigh anything. Think about this point for a quick minute. Okay, this pen weighs about the same as one of those Dixie or one of those Solo cups weigh, with nothing in it. Even if there was a little water in it or beer, whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, when you drop that, you're not going to hear that fucking cup hit the floor through the floor in your bedroom underneath.
And if she does, she heard everything the fuck else too. Then, if you heard the cup fall,
even everything. Okay, well, here's the thing though, Rubik. If her bedroom door was open, which it wasn't, according to her, you have to go down the hallway, you have to go down the stairs, around the corner, and down the hallway. Now, granted, yes, her bedroom is underneath where the table she could hear. I'll give her that, but you did not hear 8 or 10 plastic Solo cups hit the floor. You just didn't. Now, if they all did it at one time, maybe you heard a little bit of a noise, but you didn't hear a cup hit the floor. It just doesn't make sense. So I'm going to say this too. If you heard the table, you heard everything else that happened. I know you did.
Absolutely.
You heard it all just as much as Dylan did, who was in the room.
It's weird, man.
As they're going up and down the stairs. Dylan lies multiple times in this, folks. Dylan says, they all say, that they're sitting on the bed in Kaylee's bedroom while Kaylee's getting ready for bed, meaning she's undressing and putting on, bed clothes, pajamas, whatever, which means that she's not wearing shoes. If anything, she has socks on. Dylan makes a statement and says, I know it was her running up and down the stairs because I heard her Doc Martens. She wasn't wearing Doc Martens that night. She was wearing tennis shoes, but then she took them off to get ready for bed, so she had no shoes on her feet. You're a liar. Stop telling lies. That's all you've done through this.
I mean, it's like for
all of these things have been caught and pointed out multiple times. So
nobody does anything about it. Nothing. She's protected for some because.
Well, she said that herself that they knew her and tried to protect her. If you want to take her word on anything, she said that herself. I think they knew me and wanted to protect me. Okay.
She's so confident.
I think the only person trying to protect her is all those cops that are trying to protect their jobs.
Well, guess what? If they do it with you, they're going to do it to you.
Could be.
If they do it with you, they'll do it to you. So it's just not her turn yet.
And she could have put on her shoes to go look for the dog, but she didn't have her docs were in the closet tucked away. Her Doc Martens were. So if anything, Kaylee put on, it was either slippers or her tennis shoes that she was wearing that night at the grub truck that we saw. Maddie did have on her boots, but her boots are off and laying in a photograph at the end of her bed with the rest of her clothes.
Dude, it's weird. You got she's getting lured to the house. Lured to the house, then they let her dog out. That I think they're trying to lure her outside or something. Somebody's trying to do something.
I think that's a lie too. I don't think that Bethany was outside with the dog. I think that's or not Bethany, but Dylan. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it was Bethany. I'm sorry. I don't believe that happened. I think that's bullshit. She went outside with Maddie to take the dog out and was out there for 10 seconds and came back in. I don't believe that at this point. I think that's a fabricated statement. So, anyway, I think that's going to do it, guys. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back here tomorrow. There's a video that we're going to break down and review tomorrow that's very interesting to me. And I mean, very interesting in regard to the Gonsalves family, Kaylee, and some other things that I really found interesting that I want to discuss and break down with you guys. And maybe more of this.
Is it a new video or is it something that's been in the...
It's newer. Yeah, it just came out in the past couple of days. I watched it yesterday and I was like, holy shit. But I wanted to finish this up first. It was just really... It's just very interesting. I'm going to tell you that
just
much.
As a teaser there, Dago, are they a little upset about the recent release or are they...
Nope, it has nothing to do with what you guys think at all. I'm gonna tell you right now. It took me. It's about. I'll give you a teaser. It has something to do. It has something to do with things they may have known.
Oh.
Okay. That's why it's interesting, and in the way it's presented, I was like, "Damn, this is good." We're gonna talk about it and break it down. So,
or Saturday, right?
Any last thoughts, Eddie? As always, I really appreciate you, brother, for what you did with me at the beginning and allowing that and being part of that and throughout the whole thing. As always, I appreciate you.
Likewise, it was a necessary conversation, discussion to have. Regarding our little project for trying to, identify what's going on with the vehicle.
Yes, that's going to happen tomorrow too.
You want that tomorrow?
Or do you want to give it a couple days, or what do you want to do?
We might want to give it a couple days if you got, how long do you... Well, I mean, you know how much time you have for your
if you want, what is today? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Okay, let's go for it on Monday. Is that all right?
Let's do that. That'll give us time to put it together too.
And Monday we're gonna break down the black SUV. Eddie's gonna pull points for that. I'm gonna watch these videos, get my ideals together as to what I think, and we're gonna break that down and try to come to some truth in it even together, okay, and figure that one out and do it the right way. So I'm appreciative and excited for that too. So that'll be Monday. Tomorrow we're gonna review that video earlier in the day, and then at 6 p.m. again Eastern Standard Time. We have Jeffrey Gentry, he's a crime scene expert specialist, a pathologist. Is going to be joining myself, Logan, Kim, and Mikey at the verdict room tomorrow night to break down and talk about more things with this case with him. I'm excited for that. I hope to see you guys there for that. Please tell everybody, bring them with you. Got plenty of room, and I'm sure there's going to be some great questions, especially now with this popping out that I know we have some questions for him for sure. So thank you, all of you, for supporting us. Anybody that may have supported us with the Venmo, the PayPal, and the Cash App, all of that is going to be going to records request FOIAs at any point. So I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm definitely excited for that. The more we collect, the more we can do. And anybody that has supported our stream in any way, God bless. We appreciate you in every aspect so very much. The best way to do, though, is to make sure to hit the like button and share it out, and we do appreciate you for that as well. Thank you, Krista, for joining us as well. Always appreciated, and your input is always important, as everybody's is. I will be tonight. What is Friday? Yeah, I'll be with Devil's Advocates tonight at 8 p.m. here within the next hour or so. So it should be a good conversation as always, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of you guys there for that. Thank you to my amazing moderators, whom I could not do this without. I will jump into the mod chat here shortly after this, just for a few minutes for a little combo. Everybody, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change nothing, because there's nothing to change. You guys are the beautiful people. Have a great night, folks. Love you.
Night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Guys, bye.
Goodbye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the